Not just this one symptom, right? Those questions that you guys are getting asked, right, from your compliance teams. All right, yeah, so we can get into a custom compliance, but still, as the way CIS benchmark, vSphere hardening, as the way you download the management pack, it's still not getting you, because that management alert is coming from an object type, right? Okay, so how do we get a little bit more granular? So if you look at the CIS benchmark or VMware security benchmarks, right, you notice that you'll have the 4 type of alerts, one for host, one for a VM, one's for maybe 3. One's for the virtual distributed switches and configurations on those virtual distributed switches. But you'll notice underneath each one of those alerts, you'll have a whole number of symptoms. Like CIS benchmark for host has 64 different symptoms that it looks for, right? Do you need all 64 of those? Nope, but that's where you can collaborate with your compliance and your audit or your risk team, depending on what you guys call them, and work through that checklist. Because a lot of time those compliance teams are required to put in their documentation to auditors, depending on what industry you're in, and say, hey, we check for these CIS benchmarks. Lots of times it's like, hey, we just want to do the critical ones, right? So that's 8. So do we really need 64 in there? No, but as you break those out, so what you'll have to do is take each one of those symptoms underneath CIS benchmark for the host and break those symptoms out to alert. Is it a lot of legwork? Yes. Is it very tedious? Yes. But after you get that legwork done, you can present back to your compliance teams, on a particular alert, on a particular object over a period of time, right? And you can create those custom alerts and create those custom reports where you can say, hey, this symptom on this object, and a timestamp. And that's the type of collateral these teams are looking for. So, is it worth the time? Yes. And again, this is coming from a project that I worked with a large financial corporation on. And we worked through breaking all those out and putting in the custom coding from a CIS benchmark perspective, from a custom coding from the internal risk system that they were loading these into. And we were able to break all that stuff out. In there, we also were able to create the report that they then alerted into, and then obviously the next step is to leverage the ARIA for Operations API to then automatically pull that information out instead of having to email reports around. So with that, what are the benefits of doing that legwork and breaking all that stuff out is the granularity that the audit and the risk team needed to essentially check that box, right? We were able to break out, and I'm just going to use this as an example, SSH settings, right? Because that's always a fun one that we get tagged on. Basically, we created an alert on that particular symptom, and then when that symptom triggered, if that alert wasn't actually remediated within a 5-day period, the report was generated, and the report went right into the risk system. So the whole idea is, we have that 5-day buffer from an operations standpoint to work with our compliance standpoint or compliance teams to move through that, right? It actually gets you to collaborate, right? We don't like to talk to the networking team. We don't like to talk to the DNS team. We definitely don't want to talk to the auditors, right, or the compliance teams. But when you have that collaboration and you can kind of show them that granularity, it makes that relationship a lot less contentious. Granular reporting, right? Because they're always going to say, this is what we tell the auditors what we're reporting on. This is how many times that triggered in the last year, and it was remediated. And ARIA operations can become that point of record, right? And then obviously the next step to coming after that is, now that we broke out all the symptoms down into up into alerts, we can then take a custom script and add that in your alert action. Or if you guys leverage Orchestrator, you can use the Orchestrator, and it has a lot of the findings that you find in CIS benchmark and vSphere security are already built-in orchestrations in Orchestrator. So when that alert would flag, you could set Orchestrator to go out there and say, hey, shut down that SSH host or reconfigure to the NTP to where we need to go. So I talked really, really fast, and I'm probably way ahead of schedule here. So I will share this with you. This link will take you out to a LinkedIn post, and it has 3 videos that we leveraged very heavily. One being a very old one by John Diaz that goes through the VRO stuff. The other 2 links are kind of goes into how we can customize it and break those symptoms out into alerts. So I will be around here on stage to answer any questions that you guys may have, or and kind of dive into the story more that I have with the customer. So thank you. Have a great day. Enjoy the rest of the session.
All right, welcome. This is Mark Gabrielski, and
I'm Will Huber.
And Will, I'm going to not steal your line.
Yeah, so Mark and I are what we call frenemies. We work for competitive organizations, right? We both work for VMware partners, but we're friends today.
We compete often. But you know what? We can both agree on one of these messages that whenever we're designing infrastructure, in this case specifically, our VMware infrastructure, we have this one key thing that we want to make sure that we're going to share with you. And I mean, if you want to take the lead on that.
Yeah. So we're going to talk today a little bit about vSphere lifecycle management. How many people here really love lifecycle managing ESXi hosts? Raise of hands. Couple.
How many are you
You're liars.
How many are using the new vSphere lifecycle?
Still using VUM or are you using LCM?
LCMs?
LCM or VUM?
Couple. How about the VUMs?
Still some
So that means the rest of you don't update your hosts. Awesome. All right, cool. All right.
Cool. So we're going to talk about lifecycle management of ESXi hosts, and in particular, sort of the transition from VUM into VLCM, and how that might change some of the rules in terms of how we think about cluster design. Some new constraints that are introduced with that. And so if we go back to sort of play the history reel, we've been managing ESXi hosts using vCenter Update Manager basically since what, vSphere 4 I think was when it initially came
vSphere
out?
4.0, yeah.
So, and a lot of our customers, a lot of your customers, my customers are still using VUM today. Clearly some here in the audience are also doing that. But in vSphere 7, we introduced, you sort of see this new sort of icon here, which is the new feature for vSphere Lifecycle Manager, I think it's officially called.
And I'm just going to go LCM because there's like 7 LCM products, but it's VLCM, vCenter LCM.
So VLCM is sort of the go forward, it's the soon to be replacement of VUM. And it's sort of this new unified approach to handling version upgrades and patches, not just for ESXi, but also incorporating things like driver updates and firmware updates as well. And the thing that's important to know is that it's officially deprecated in vSphere 8 and will be removed entirely in the next version of vSphere. So if you haven't made the transition from VUM into VLCM, it's probably a good time to start thinking about that.
Yeah.
And there's actually the link to the deprecation notice. But again, we're sort of using this as a catalyst to have a broader, vSphere cluster design conversation. So Mark's going to get into, he'll talk about the new VLCM, but then we're also going to talk about things like HA, DRS, and then aligning cluster design principles to business concepts and the workloads that you run on them. So Mark, go ahead.
So yeah, and I mean, really, because of that deprecation, I just think it's really important to share with folks that, the whole change and what you have to be aware of as you design your clusters. Because if you're like me, we mix and match hardware and hosts and different generations of servers as our infrastructure goes. And you'll see that we're going to have a new set of constraints that are going to bring that to light. And if you've never played with vRealize, this lifecycle management component, the LCM, there's other sessions here that go into the particulars. We're just highlighting some of that drives this new constraint. But you'll see here, essentially what we're going to do when we're using image-based management, which is the LCM purpose. You have to pick a version of ESX, which is not a big deal, right? We usually install a version of ESX on our hosts. But then we can see that we got a second line item there where we're going to actually have to pick and choose what our vendor add-ons are going to be for this cluster. So this is very akin to you going to the VMware website and downloading the HP ISO or the Dell ISO, the Cisco ISO, so you have all the drivers. Essentially, this is what we're doing here, is we're building that recipe and that image ourselves. And then it's not just which HP release here that I've got highlighted, but then you have to pick the version that's going to be appropriate for the version of vSphere. They kind of line up the names, so it makes sense, but you have to be aware of that. And then, so while we end up with those first two options, we also have a third option here, which is actually really cool. So I'm a big HP guy, right? So I use OneView and I do my firmware management in that manner from the OneView side of things, and I align that with my vSphere side of the world. Well, now we're going to be able to do firmware updates as well as our software updates all in one step, right? We're going to define what the actual recipe is, and we're going to apply that to the hosts in the cluster.
But what's the catch?
The catch is Do you see anywhere on the screen where I can say, well, I've got some Dell servers and I've got some HP servers, or I've got some Gen 8 servers and some Gen 10 servers? There's going to be a limitation. You can apply one set of firmware versions and drivers and form a single recipe. So now, where we've been steered based on this constraint is every one of your clusters should be homogeneous. Same make and model, same set of drivers and compatibilities, because you can only apply one set of drivers and firmware to that. That really just, you have to be aware of this as you're buying hardware.
And even more specifically, like down to like NIC versions and storage adapters and all those types of things, you need to have that consistency
now
so you don't run into problems.
And it's always been a best practice, right? But we've been pretty lax, right? Best practice is just a best practice. It's not the rule of law. So we've always been able to deviate slightly from that.
I'm curious, anybody here mix and match host types in your clusters or no? You're a little bit?
For scale?
Yeah.
Implement now, 3 years later, add more. So again, this could be a problem, right? And we're going to get to that, and how we might just address that. It may not be what you want to hear, but at least we're going to call it out, all right? So again, with vendor add-ons, you have to choose those. You don't have to choose to integrate your firmware delivery with that. That would be HP OneView, Dell OpenManage, or whatnot. Those are going to be the components that you'd have to integrate to also push the firmware. So it does provide some benefits, but you just have to be aware of that. So really, the whole reason this is a really important topic in my mind, and I've been pretty vocal about that, is anything you're buying now is going to live for 3 to 5, 6 years, right? vSphere 9 is going to be out, and that's going to be the only way you're going to be able to manage and maintain and patch your hosts, because vSphere 9 will not have Update Manager and the baselines. That will not be in the software. So if you're not already ready to do this, you're going to have to go to vSphere 9 upgrade and start from scratch and figure it out, rebuild your clusters, redesign on the fly. So wanted to give you all some time well ahead of this, just to start thinking about that and implementing it now as you're moving forward. And you know, with some of the normal cluster stuff, I mean, Will, every one of your customers, the same as mine, basically we use all of these things, right? We take all of these things now for granted. We don't even appreciate HA and DRS, EVC mode, right? So yeah, we're still going to get the same things out of this, right? We're still going to go ahead, we're going to get our HA mode, right? We're going to expect that we're turning it on, and we're actually turning on admission control, right? Because we want to make sure we have a +1 cluster in our on-prem infrastructures, so we can do maintenance and HA events and cover that, right? Most of us do this, right? This is the default setting. Just calling it out since we're talking cluster design, this lower setting right down there, please pay attention to what I had circled there. The default setting actually is 100%, not 0%. 100%, if you leave it at the default, will not issue a warning if you're rolling out too many VMs. If you change that to a 0, it will warn you that you're rolling out too many VMs that you can safely protect. All right, so to me, that's just one of the easy things that we can just add to this content, because this is going to be all about building our clusters. And the same is true with DRS, right? We all really appreciate DRS and what it does for us. And you know, turning it on, fully automated, that's what we all want. For the cluster setting, we can individually change individual VM settings. But when we actually get down to it, right, in the center there, been around since I think version 7. Forgive me if I'm 6.7 or 7.0. But if you ever had a conversation, which Will's going to talk about this in a few minutes, when we're designing our clusters to meet an SLA, we've all heard of CPU over subscription, right? CPU ready time, not something we want, right? We can control how many CPUs we're allowing to oversubscribe by. And again, this has been there for quite a few years already, and it's just a huge thing. And yep, again, just highlighting, even though we set those preferred settings at the cluster level, we can always override the individual virtual machines. So EVC mode, once version 6 of ESX was released in vSphere 6, they changed the way it works, and I totally roll out EVC mode everywhere. Hopefully you do as well. There are some benefits. But just please, if you do turn it on, make sure you don't leave it at the default, right? If you notice that top choice of Memron, I don't even bother looking it up. I assume that's 15, 18-year-old CPU instructions. Please upgrade your EVC mode and apply something and take advantage of all your instructions that you've paid for. And the whole reason I bring up EVC mode, this is what most of us have probably done, right? So just throw something at me if you agree or have done this stuff, right? But I'm just going to have my simple example cluster here, right? 3 nodes, just simple to draw. But hey, it's time for me to scale and add a node. It's been 3 years, so no big deal. I buy a new host, ready to start throwing it in. And unfortunately, as you called it out, right, the NICs, the CPUs, they're all different, right? So that's going to change the characteristics of that host, right? It's still going to fit in the cluster, right? It's an Intel, Intel, AMD to AMD. But when I bring it in, because I have EVC mode, most of those characteristics didn't matter. But that network card, that might have required different drivers. So that's something that just to be aware of. That LCM with that one driver set could affect whether you can do this or not just EVC mode. But what we would normally do if we're replacing the hardware is we add all the new nodes and then deprecate out the old nodes. And at that point, we could upgrade the EVC mode in our cluster and take advantage of our new instructions. All right, so none of that changes. You just have to be aware of that hardware characteristic and what drivers are going to go into your systems, right? So whether you like to hear this or not, the best path going forward might be, I'm replacing old gear. I might have to roll out a new cluster and give it its new characteristics and then migrate my VM workloads. And if you all complain about storage vMotion and vMotioning a couple of VMs, you're just like me and spoiled rotten. So yeah, that's cool that we're complaining about that. But this is an option, and this is probably, if nothing changes, this will probably be the best option for hardware that you're going to be purchasing in the next 4 or 5 years as you're going to do this migration and your next migration. So planning out your clusters today that will live that long, and making sure that we know that we have these other options given the constraints that are outlined today. And if we're picking hardware, again, that's what this whole example here is. Make sure you're not mixing and matching the different generations of hardware that require different sets of drivers, so that as the next versions of vSphere come out, your transition becomes much easier to get there. But building a cluster on its own is not enough. So Will, designing clusters, right? Some of the other things.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about how we see sort of design patterns for sort of how you organize your clusters based on a variety of different characteristics. So if you sort of look at, we're going to build out like a bit of a vCenter hierarchy here. So you've got your vCenters, you've got your data center objects, but then you get to your hosts and your clusters, and you have to start making decisions about how am I going to group, like workloads, what makes sense from a performance and availability perspective. And so if we sort of walk through this, a lot of times we tend to see people consider things like performance, and we'll use a database workload as an example. We see this as a common design pattern. Sometimes there's licensing constraints here. Like, if you think about like the Oracle example, where you have to license every socket that could potentially be scheduled to a particular workload. So we tend to see, maybe dedicated Oracle clusters or SQL clusters or things of that nature. Sometimes it's just a Windows or Linux thing. But generally, you're considering performance, you're considering fault tolerance. Obviously for mission critical workloads, you want to have higher levels of availability and fault tolerance. Mark, you talked about CPU oversubscription. In certain examples, maybe you don't want to do that, right? Because you want to be able to.
I want to guarantee performance in my SQL cluster, right?
Right.
I mean, that runs my company business, so
exactly.
No oversubscription.
But that comes at a high cost, right? It's not practical or realistic to be able to do this for every single workload that you have in your organization, because you're going to end up overspending and eliminating a lot of the benefits that VMware provides inherently and has been providing for a long time. So we tend to see different tiering, and we'll have maybe, you might relax some of these requirements based on, lower classification of workloads. Maybe they're not as mission critical. They can, have, downtime or don't require the most expensive disk or the latest and greatest, processors and those types of things. And then you sort of see, you sort of extrapolate this out. I think the takeaway here is to really spend time to understand your workloads, understand their relevance to the business, understand how they connect with other things, right? So, things like dependency mapping and sort of understanding traffic flows and all those types of things.
What does the business really need from IT, right? Yes. I mean, and lining the right workload with the right cost. But the problem I see, everyone wants that performance capability and this cost. That just doesn't happen.
Right.
So this is just a good starting point to have that conversation with your internal teams, your partners, whoever you are working with to help you design. Have that conversation. Take a picture of this. this is a great slide to have that conversation as a starting point. So
Awesome.
hopefully, wow, we're kicking.
We flew through that.
Wow.
Good.
So I don't know if anybody realizes that was 60 slides. So what this gives us a chance to do is wrap up the stage early and be ready for the next presenters. So we're going to hang out for a few minutes.
Yeah.
And make sure if you all have questions, we're available to you. And thank you all for coming and giving up your lunch hour. I really appreciate your time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Siddharth Swami. I am working as a regional technical sales consultant for Gulf Business Machine UAE. My topic for today is 5 technology top trends for BFSI industry. Before starting off with my session, let me give you a brief history about the banking. So initial traces of banks were discovered back in 2000 BCE in the regions of India, Assyria and Samaria. In 16th and 17th century, banks started to take place the way we look at them as of today. They started accepting money, lending, they introduced the bank deposit and all of these features which we see them today. It was the late 1950s when banks actually started introducing computer system, and the first system were introduced like IBM UNIVAC 1 and 701. By 1980, the first ATM machines were installed in the regions of Europe and America, and in 1990s, internet banking came into existence, where the web consoles were offered to the customers where they can access their bank accounts and do the deposit by themselves. But it was the year 2000 when the actual mobile banking came into existence. This was the time when banks started to introduce mobile banking applications and customer could do their transactions through their mobile phone. It was considered as the iPhone moment for banking, and this is what we have been doing all that while. Now, before we get into the discussion, let's understand what are the challenges in the legacy banking industry. First of all, it's very outdated. Most of the banks which uses the banking infrastructure are still running on the legacy infrastructure. We'll see in the following slide how does it look like from the overall perspective. Secondly, cybersecurity and ransomwares are on the rise. We have seen many incidents where banks have encountered the ransomware attacks. As of today, if any bank encounters any ransomware attack, it could tarnish their image and it could end up losing a lot of precious customers. Then banks also have to integrate with the latest technologies. Today we see that a lot of banks are offering custom-based solutions, and sometimes it is not possible to offer those services from a legacy infrastructure, and this is where the integration comes into the picture, where they can integrate with the other banks or the financial institutions. Finally, all banks have to abide to the regulatory compliance. They are working in a very global scale, where banks have their bases in multiple regions of the world. They have to serve different ethnicity and sometimes to the different federal laws, and they have to abide with each one of them. Let's look at how the traditional banking infrastructure looks like. It all starts from a core banking system which runs on legacy infrastructure of mainframe and relation database. These systems are further connected via middleware of host systems, batch processing, APIs and middlewares. The basic function of this peripherals is to take the information from the client terminals which are connected over a private network and pass it on to the core banking system where the actual banking can do the transactions. These client terminals are nothing but web consoles which are basically connected to the branch servers of the bank, from where the employees do the transaction on behalf of the customers. And most importantly, this system often run on the legacy languages like COBOL and Fortran. As we can see, this is not the ideal situation for today, because the rise of customers' expectation is rising. Let's see what customers expect from the bank as of today. Customers expect their banks to offer them online services. These online services are not restricted just to offer the basic banking features, but they could also serve to the needs like shopping experience and to transact with other financial peers. Majority of the banks are investing into cloud native form factor, and mobile banking, as we have seen, is on the rise. Customers expect that they could do the transactions from peer-to-peer payment, their digital wallets. They could also transact the crypto, and they can sell and buy their stocks all through their mobile banking applications. Finally, customers also expect the banking experience to be very personalized. As we all know that we do not just want the mobile banking applications to do the basic banking operations. We often use it for our shopping needs or to other extent. And this is where customers expect that the solutions should be very personalized and not generic. It all has to happen on a secure banking infrastructure. We all understand how ransomware is and cybersecurity is on the rise. So so the customer's expectation is to have a very safe and secure banking experience. And finally, every industry they offer a customer services to their end users, and bank is no exception, where the customer expect that the banking experience has to be very seamless. In case if there is any flaw in the transaction, customers expect their bank to handle it seamlessly, and they should assure that their data and their money is in safe hands. As we can see, all of this cannot be offered from a legacy infrastructure. Let's look at a quote from Chris Larsen. Chris is a Silicon Valley venture capitalist, and he's a founder of Elon. He says, "The banking industry is ripe for innovation and disruption. The traditional way of doing banking is no longer sufficient in a digital world." Let's see what are the top trends of modern banking, which is of course a topic for today. It starts from cloud, artificial intelligence, open banking, transformative technologies, and non-traditional financial systems. Let's look at them one by one. Cloud. We all have seen that banks are investing heavily into cloud platform, whether it is public cloud, private cloud, or hybrid cloud. The need for investing into cloud platform is to offer their developer and their users the infrastructure as a service and platform as a service kind of features, where the developers can develop applications on top of that. Needless to say, it gives them the scalability where they can address any spike in the demand. They no longer have to go through the longer capex model, and the resources are available just at the time when they need it. It also helps them to reduce the cost. Majority of the customer, when I talk to them, they are also considering cloud as their DR or a business continuity option as well. They are using cloud platforms to use on-demand DR or the cloud-based DR solutions. And all of that has to happen just to reduce the time to market. It is a time where every industry, including banks, they are heavily investing so that they can offer the solutions to their customer in a very timely manner. And this is where the cloud helps them. Next is artificial intelligence. As we have seen in today's keynote, Raghu and Sumit spoke about private AI and how AI is transforming the world. We all have witnessed how ChatGPT and OpenAI has transformed our life in a lot of ways. Banks too are investing too much into artificial intelligence so that they can offer a personalized customer experience to their user base. They are using AI ML algorithms to offer a solution which is catering to their specific need. Artificial intelligence is also heavily used in terms of fraud detection and prevention. It can understand and learn the behavior, and basis on that it can address whether it is a real transaction or it is just a system which is malicious. Banks too use this to understand the credit assessment for a customer. Artificial intelligence is used to identify the credit worthiness of a customer. Basis on that, when I as a customer apply for a loan, basis on my credit worthiness, banks can precisely identify how much money lending can be done to a particular customer. And needless to say, it also does a lot of predictive analysis, where it can identify the customer behavior, and basis on that it can offer the solution. We might have seen, if you look at any of the shopping ad online, you immediately start receiving the alerts on your portal, whether it is your social media handle or any other social media platform, and then it can identify what is your need, how are you spending. Next is open banking. In today's world, no industry can work in silo, and banks are no exception to that. They have to share their data with other peer banks, with financial institutions and also to the federal agencies. It involves a lot of innovation in order to make the solution where the data transfer can happen seamlessly and securely, because they are dealing with the precious information. They also have to sometimes integrate with the system where that it can offer them the real-time transactions. We have seen there are many banks where the money transfer can happen in real time, whether a person is sitting across the geography, and it can only happen when the data transaction is done in a very smooth and a seamless fashion. And finally, they all have to apply to the regulatory compliance. Finally, we have seen how the transformative technologies are changing the world. Banks are investing heavily into develop the solutions which sometimes involve migrating their core banking applications to the microservices. It involves a lot of complex infrastructure, and sometimes they have to do the visibility end to end from the infrastructure to the application layer. We have seen how artificial intelligence helps them to do the data decision making, where they can identify customers' behavior. And like any other organization, bank too helps to rely on the collaboration tools where they can offer solutions to their employees, their remote workers and third-party users to be productive all the times. Finally, the non-traditional financial services. We have seen in the past there is a term called fintechs which has come into the existence. These are the financial institutions which uses technology to do the disruption in the market. Their lucrative solutions like digital wallets, payment gateways, real-time transactions, it offers a solution which no other legacy banks can offer. In most of the developing countries where the majority of the user base is residing in rural areas where the large banks cannot penetrate that market, this is where fintechs helps to penetrate that market. It uses features like mobile banking and a custom-based solution where they can actually identify the credit worthiness of the user base, and they can do the microfinancing to them. Finally, let's put them into a perspective from how VMware solutions can help them. We have seen in today's keynote that how NVIDIA and VMware joint partnership is helping to solve all of these solutions. With the help of vSphere, vSAN, NSX and ARIA Suite, which is running on a proprietary NVIDIA hardware, it can offer a solution which can give the offerings which we have spoken about in today's presentation. Thank you so much. This was my time.
Greetings, everyone. Welcome to our session today on the cloud evolution with AI. For those of you who joined our earlier session, we covered some of the stuff around this. This one's taking it a little bit further and looking at infrastructure's next frontier. My name's John Arashi. You can read the bio.
I'm Chris Gully. I work in the VMware office of the CTO, cover the space of AI, ML, and HPC. But we got 12 minutes, so we're going to go.
Yep. So there's an evolution as well as a revolution going on. Evolution, if we look at the history of where we were, 30, 40, 50 years ago when computers first started, all the way to where we are today, it's a similar progression to what we see with evolution, but it is actually happening so fast, we also consider it a revolution. So for AI and infrastructure today, we've got several key areas that we're looking at for modernizing so that we can meet the demands of new workloads, including those that are tied to AI and large language models. There's scalability and elasticity, there's distributed computing, there's edge computing. In fact, if you actually go over to the VMware booth, you can see a police car that's actually been set up with some of the aspects of this. And I'll let you guys go take a look at that and learn more. Data lakes and warehouses, this is really important. We're getting beyond the point of petabytes of data and to actually support this. We're getting beyond what we can do on the networking side. There's going to be a lot more evolution happening with what we're doing in our technology as well as with the hardware vendors. And then there's the serverless architecture. And when we look at driving a self-healing modern infrastructure, we're looking at resource optimization, we're looking at security enhancements, we're looking at automated troubleshooting, we're looking at predictive analysis, self-healing mechanisms. This is one of the things that as we start adding on more of Gen AI with the large language models, and as the future comes closer to us with quantum computing, we're getting the ability to do a lot more with self-healing environments. There's still the need to do pre-authorization for change control and all of that, but as you know, with VMware, there are some things that you can automate, and it'll automatically do the update with the CMDB and so on. But the last area is looking at infrastructure evolution. And so as part of that, we're looking at scaling the AI workloads and the demands on the resources. There's compute, accelerators, storage, networking. We'll see other things that are coming that'll fit in as well, including things that are being pushed out to the edge. I'll let you run on the tech areas.
Yeah, so and the other thing is that we're looking at how do we take these elements that are shifting and changing. By the way, the 2 slides ago we showed all these different elements like edge and stuff. They all have to work together if you really want a successful adoption of AI and how you move that across your data centers, your edge, operationalizing those things. But at a compute layer, we're making sure we expose the resources effectively, making sure you can easily use them, making GPUs really accessible, so driving multiple ways of adopting GPU, whether it's pass-through or using a virtualized GPU as well, giving you choice, but also looking at performance as a key tenet. Then storage. Obviously, storage is kind of the gem because the data is where all of this starts. Data's king, and if you're looking at training or fine-tuning a language model, it all starts with how your data is organized and collected. We're looking at how we deliver better data services to our customers, things like database as a service, vector database as a service, really making sure that the data stream is consistent, and then we can move data and audit how it's being used across the entire ecosystem. And then lastly, networking. So interconnects become very critical. Customers have existing interconnects today that are pretty well for some of these things, but as they evolve to want to be able to do distributed learning, you're going to have to upgrade. And so how do we do that though, but how do we not leave behind sort of what you're already doing? Maximizing what you have today, going to the future, enabling interconnects 400 gig so you can use them to train, and then transitioning back into normal 10, 25 gig interconnects. So private AI, I think we've all hopefully heard this. If you haven't, I'm sorry, you really should hear about it. But it's kind of a theme here. It's really about putting the power back into the customer's hands. It's saying, you're using data that most likely has provenance that you want to protect. So how do you do that? How do you take control of what you're doing? How do you implement, whether it be private cloud or hybrid cloud, how do you implement a private AI posture so that you can drive viable outcomes, but not expose yourself at the same time?
Now we look at private AI, and there's 3 core tenets. We want to look at having a highly distributed environment. This is one of the reasons why we talk about multi-cloud as being one of the ways to enable us in doing what we're trying to do right now. And this is what we're also hearing from customers that are starting to develop advanced analytics and are starting to look at Gen AI and large language models. There's the data privacy and control. You all know about regulations in whatever region of the world that you are in. There's things in Europe and US and other countries around privacy and confidential information, but there's also IP. And as you start seeing the models that are being based on what's publicly available on the internet, what is validated as real information versus non-evident,
bad information,
supported, yes, exactly. And then there's access control as well as auditability. In many of the ways that we look at how this is being done, the biggest problem that we've seen come up is by using all this public data, the initial problem that we had was getting biased responses, including responses that I would say are things that I don't want my kids to see. And I'll leave it at that. But there's a lot of things that are on the internet that the early stages of this would reveal that you don't want for a lot of the things that you would do for work as well as for life.
How do you avoid hallucinations? If you've heard hallucinations with the models, models are creative. They will find a path to your answer, even if the information they find is bad, or even if they make it up. So you want to get away from having models having to do that. They want to have good information so they can find a path to the answer that's accurate, and you need to be able to validate the sources. So you'll start to see source validation coming up if you use things like ChatGPT and language models. I want to know where you got the data. I want to validate that it's good. I want to trust it. And that's something we're focused on for private AI as well.
So there's a couple of things we're going to cover related to flexibility and scalability with the hybrid cloud and with private AI. There's security, there's networking, there's storage. Let's run through a couple of key things. On the security side, we're looking at dynamic security policies, selective data exposure, what can you see? On the scalability side, we want to have expandable security solutions that will adapt and support what we're trying to do actually what you may be trying to do within your organization. And then there's also the unified threat management because of some of the things that are automated in relation to the way some of these LLMs and the models, generative AI models are being used. There is the potential, just like with our computer systems today, for nefarious users to introduce things that could be ransomware or other types of security compromises in kind of a slightly different way that you would normally see in traditional infrastructure.
Yeah, so building off that, we're actually, if you go to the Tech Zone Talks today, it's just like a little bit of a teaser. It's a project called Cypress. It's really showing what we're doing as a company to integrate AI into our platforms so we can augment the user, the human. Humans are human. We get tired. We can only work so many hours. So we're looking for ways to implement AI so that security analysts can engage with a model. And so they can get alerts. The models will detect anomalies, alert the analysts and say, hey, there's a problem here. And the actual analyst can say, okay, tell me what's going on, where is it happening, what users are involved, and the language model will actually output the details so they can get to faster resolution and not feel so overwhelmed, right? Because otherwise they're looking at tickets, they're trying to look at this very broad landscape of alerts, and they're trying to pick the things that they think are important. This augmentation is going to help them find the things that are really important, solve them fast, and then keep the business safer, and ideally keep the users more active.
And just like what we talked about on security and the example of how that can actually provide benefit, we have the same thing for networking. I'll let you go read through this. Storage is another area. So again, flexibility and scalability are essential. And then we start looking at this concept of self-healing environments. If we have this type of knowledge and we have this ability to start taking action on it, we have a number of different areas that we've shown here on this particular slide. Resource optimization, self-learning, et cetera, et cetera. These are key areas that we see as being essential as we move forward, and we see things that are going to be coming. And the very last slide that we have is actually giving you our vision of AI-driven infrastructure. And we'll see changes on this. For those of you who've come and seen us before on our Cloud Evolution talks in the past, there are different layers. And here, the key thing I want to highlight is the hardware layer, there's a cloud layer, there's the as-a-service layers, and then there's the edge aspects. And as I said before, there's examples of that on the floor, not just at the VMware booth, but several other areas. And I definitely want to encourage you to go forward and take a look at that. So with that, I want to thank you for joining our session on how this is going to impact you on your work, life, and engineer. This session, as well as our previous session, are recorded, so you'll have them available. And I want to thank you guys for joining us.
We did it in 12 minutes.
Thank you. Made it.
Hey folks, thanks for joining me today for 5 tips to secure your backups. My name is Matt Crape. I am a senior technical product marketer for Veeam, and we're going to cover some things that you could be doing today to protect your backups. So we'll be touching on some stuff specific to Veeam backup and replication, but ideally, even if you're not using our product, these are things that you should be considering as part of your plans. So let's jump right into this. First thing you want to think about is locking your front door. It might sound a little bit silly, but it's one of the easiest things you could do. Stop access to, whether it's the management plane, stop access to anything that could really impact your backups and their security. So you can use things like, for example, Veeam backup or replication, one-time passwords. Super simple setup. Scan the code, you'll get your authenticator app going, and you're good to go. You can use it in an offline fashion too, because lots of folks like to keep their backup servers off of the internet, which shouldn't be internet accessible, makes things more secure by default that way. But don't just stop there. Think about every step along the way. Where else can you implement one-time passwords, MFA, and so forth? Can you implement it on the actual OS that you're running on? If you can, do that as well. Are you able to do it on any of the other components? Restrict the access to the operating system itself as well if you can. Once things get locked down a little bit, I like to say throw away the key, but not really. What I mean by this is think about things like immutability. If you're not familiar with the term, it basically prevents changes or deletions of files. Security is a big topic this year at VMware Explore. And there's a reason for that. Ransomware is not going away. It's going to be a threat that keeps coming around, and more individuals are attacked every year. One of the first things that attackers do is they delete the backup files. Why is that? Well, because without a backup, you can't really have a successful recovery. So by introducing ways to prevent the backups from being deleted, you give yourself that added insurance, that added safety that you need when it comes to making sure that you can recover after an attack. But you also have to make sure that you're planning accordingly. Now, what I mean by this is when you enable immutability, that means that file can't be changed and it can't be deleted. If you're using some sort of cloud storage, for example, make sure you understand how long is that data going to be sitting in that cloud and what's that cost going to be. Similarly, if you're doing something on-prem, understand, hey, what does this actually look like from a growth perspective? You don't want to turn on immutability, figure, hey, you know what, we're good to keep this for 3 years, only to realize after 3 months, you're going to run out of storage. What do you do then? So make sure that you do the math. Another very common thing that we stressed is use strong, secure accounts. Many of us are familiar with the idea of service accounts. You set these accounts up, whether it's in Active Directory or maybe right within Windows itself, and they have just the permissions that they need, and you use them for a very specific scope. Give it a strong password. Downside is, it's a pain to manage, right? When it comes time to actually go through and rotate through these passwords, there's a lot of documentation that might be involved. You might have to change in many different places. Veeam supports something called Group Managed Service Accounts, which is actually an Active Directory construct. So you can use this for all sorts of stuff within your infrastructure. And what it does is it creates an automated way for these accounts to be created. Passwords are automatically rotated because they live within Active Directory. The applications, in this case like Veeam Backup or Replication, don't actually have the password, so there's nothing compromised there. And they auto-rotate after 30 days. So these passwords are 240 byte characters long, which is pretty secure, automatically rotated. So it definitely adds a layer of security into the mix. Along the same lines, a lot of us are very familiar with the idea of principle of least privilege. What you want to do is you want to make sure that you give accounts, and not only accounts, but operators, just access to what they need. So that might be a little more difficult from the backup perspective because backup admins tend to require a lot of access, whether it's for things such as performing restores or accessing systems verified data. But there's actually ways that you could empower your users as well. So the screenshot that I have here is actually from Veeam Backup Enterprise Manager. And you're able to go in there and perform tasks such as performing an instant VM recovery. You could delegate this out. So if you have help desk folks, for example, and you're tired of getting the tickets escalated to you as a backup admin, you can actually create accounts and they can log into the web server here and perform a recovery. You can also do things like recover file levels. You can restore file levels, rather. You can restore databases. You can perform instant VM recoveries. There's a lot of power within these things that you could use. But at the end of the day, you're able to really narrow it down to what they have access to, and you can provide scopes. You can maybe say, Administrator A, you can restore VMs 1, 2, and 3. Administrator B, you can do 4, 5, and 6. Or maybe there's overlap as well. So it's really about giving you that granularity that you need. Encryption. I've talked about immutability, right? The ability to prevent someone from altering or deleting your data. That's only half the battle. Stuff like that doesn't prevent somebody from copying the data. So think data exfiltration. You have an attacker, he's on the network, maybe he's getting credentials somewhere, and he has access to your backup files. Is there anything to mitigate the risk of them copying it down and sharing out that data, whether with another organization, posting it online? That's really where encryption comes in, and ideally your own encryption and not some ransomware encryption. So some things to keep in mind is, first of all, know what your requirements are. Do you fall under some sort of federal regulation that you have to use certain types of encryption, right? Understand what that is. Do you have to encrypt things in rest, in flight, throughout the whole path? Figure those things out, understand where they should be implemented and how they can be implemented. From the Veeam perspective, many different ways we could do this. There are many ways that you should be doing this as well. So we could encrypt the backup itself. We could make sure that we're also encrypting the backup configuration, which is something you should be doing as part of your daily routine as well. So if you're not familiar with that, Veeam backup and replication, you're able to actually perform configuration backup. And what this allows you to do is restore that configuration to a different VBR server somewhere else. So say you're in a situation where you need to rebuild things in a hurry, you can spin up a template, a VM, install VBR, import your configuration, and you're back up and running. What's important to note though is when you enable encryption, you're actually able to export those encryption keys as well. So because things are encrypted, you don't need to worry about that data exfiltration in this regard either. Additionally, you'll also want to make sure that you're doing things, once again, through Enterprise Manager. You'll see here we've got the option to export your passwords as well as part of the process, but that's only available when you're actually using encryption. So I know I've gone through a lot of these things fairly quick here, but there's actually still a lot more that's available online. So we've got Veeam University, which is a fantastic resource. You can go through there. We've got different talk tracks built out. You're able to do things whether you're brand new to Veeam or trying to learn more. Lots of things to do there, and it's a mix of self-paced videos as well, and you'll be able to find some of the key things that we do from the product perspective to really help you get up and running. We've also got the Veeam YouTube channel, which has lots and lots and lots of content on there. We try to keep that fairly up to date as well. We're always posting new stuff. Look for a local Veeam user group as well. We've got the short URL down there. User groups all over the world, and they're not all necessarily just in person. They are also virtual as well, so lots of accessibility there. And lastly, we've got the 1111 hands-on labs. I'm sure a lot of you are very familiar with the VMware hands-on labs. These are very similar. So you can actually go in there, it's a live environment, you can start spinning things up. We've got scripts to walk you through. What is it that you're doing? Is this an installing configuration? Are you setting up jobs? We've also recently launched a new ransomware hands-on lab as well that takes you through the entire Veeam data platform to perform recoveries. So that's it for me. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to take them. You can find me at the Veeam booth, I'll be there as well. And if you need anything else, don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
Hey, hello. Welcome to my session and thank you for participating. My name is Caio Oliveira. I'm a principal multi-cloud architect. I'm part of the global multi-cloud architecture and strategy team. So my day-to-day job is help customers and partners on their multi-cloud journey, right? So helping them architect, plan every step of the way. And here today I'm going to present one of the most important tools that we have available today to help that path, right? So I'm talking about VMware Cloud Architecture Framework. So to explain first why VMware Cloud Architecture Framework, right? So the key objective of the VMware Cloud Architecture Framework is to help customers, of course, accelerate their efforts towards infrastructure as well application modernization, right? So if you see the normal path that the most of the customers and partners, our customers and partners are doing, we had the boom of the cloud first, right? So you go towards the cloud, you pretty much try to move all your applications there, but you don't have any controls of the application and even the cost of the cloud infrastructure. And of course, lock-in has also become an issue because if you want to go and have the best place for your application, potentially you are tied to a cloud, right? So what happened is that when they're trying to do the multi-cloud approach, you got first into the cloud chaos, right? Because you're migrating applications everywhere, so you have like different management pieces. So, and of course, you have more points to touch, you increase the complexity. So what VMware approach is actually uses the cloud smart approach when we're gonna use the right cloud for your application, right? So here you also will be, VMware will be providing the consistent management for the entire cloud, right? So, and that's like, you have different ways to implement that. So VMware Architecture Framework was created to give you a guidance on how you do step by step on the way, right? So VMware Architecture Framework with multi-cloud is for you execute against your strategy to create what? A reliable, scalable, secure, and efficient cloud environments using our technology, right? And the VMware Architecture Framework is divided in 5 pillars, right? And you go each step of the way. So the first one, of course, you have to plan before you execute, or the plan before you build. That's the second one. So in the plan phase, you pretty much will understand your architecture, have a kind of like your entire portfolio, understand your networking and security posture. And then the second way, after you have all this, you have to make a decision on which infrastructure you're going to use. So this will be the build pillar. I will go through each of one with more information. So here's just more a high level that I'm providing you. Then, of course, you already have your definition. You are starting creating your environments. Then you have to secure those environments. So creating your security posture, understanding which will be the firewall rules, which will be the entire posture that you're going to implement in every of all those clouds. Then you have the possibility to modernize your application. That's important part of the job, because normally modernize is not that you definitely will re-platform or re-host your entire thing. You have to evaluate what will be the applications that are really important for you to modernize. Because actually doing, for example, retirement of application and leveraging a new SaaS one might be a good way, a good strategy depending on your entire portfolio. And of course, when you have everything built, you plan it, you build, you secure, and you modernize potentially a few applications, now you have to operate. So you have to maintain your applications. And then is the last pillar, but still really important, to keep your environment running and growing, right? So going to each steps, right? So the first one is the plan pillar, is when you start planning your multi-cloud transition, right? First step, you have to define all the scopes, all the requirements. So you're gonna do an assessment on your entire environment. And when I do when I talk about assessment, this is not only about your virtual machine, but also the dependencies. What are the networking components on everything? If there's only VMs, there are physical stuff. So with that, you're going to analyze as well your team structure, right? Because that's not only about technology, you have to think about what teams will be managing and operating those environments, right? So this is also a really important piece when you're talking in the plant pillar. So you have, of course, to do an entire assessment, so understanding dependencies, and we have great tools at VMware, for example, area operations for networks helps you to understand all the dependencies on one application. So if you don't know, so what will be the best locations, if those applications need availability, how they need to scale or not. And of course, going toward the design considerations. And that definitely will be important to understand the challenges and the requirements that why you're going towards the multi-cloud, right? So you have put everything together. Now you have the groundwork for transitioning to the build pillar. So you have a plan, now you have to execute on that, right? So the build pillar will be for you to potentially deploy your SDDC, right? Or potentially reuse or make your like traditional environment more as we call a VCS friendly environment. So you implement the VMware Cloud Foundation on that, right? So that will be built will be based on the entire plan that you did before, right? Then you, of course, you have to implement all the infrastructure services. Now I'm talking here, NDP, DNS, DHCP, like everything that's work, of course, having the understand on the logs, what will be the syslog, creating the identity, who will be assessing each environment, what will be the requirements for access those environments. And it's really important. Before my session, we are talking about like backup. So backup and disaster recovery is also part of this build plan, because with that, you have your infrastructure ready. Now you go to the secure pillar, where you have everything in place, you need to secure. And how are you going to secure that? First, you have to understand what will be the model based on your choice, right? If you are on-prem or if you are in the cloud, what is the shared responsibility module between who will be responsible for the applications, who will be responsible for implementing the security posture. There are thousands of possibilities, and it's really important for you to understand which will be the one that you're using, right? And what will be the VMware role? So how we're gonna, the service that we're gonna be providing will manage and protect your environment, and which will be your, as a customer or as a partner, your responsibility to securing the environments, which will be the firewall rules that will be implemented, because at the end of the day, the applications, you know well better your applications, your business than us. We are here trying to help. That's why important the responsibility model between those two. And of course, having like a comprehensive foundation and a granular access to that, it will be extremely important. So evaluating that if there's a threat, how I will do the analytics of my environment. So this is where pretty much you're gonna have a secure posture for your environment, right? So that will be important, and now you're ready to evaluate if modernization is needed for your applications, right? So remember on the plan, you have on the plan phase, you have all your VMs, all your applications mapped, right? Now you have to understand which will be the ones that I will primarily migrate to the cloud, right? Which will be the ones that I'm potentially retiring, which will be the ones that are potentially will be modernizing, which are the ones that I will be refactoring, right? So moving towards a more modernized approach, a more modernized platform. I'm being using Kubernetes or not. I will be keeping that as a VM traditional based application, right? And you have, of course, to execute that based on the availability of the business, because sometimes I went to a customer one time that he said, I cannot wait to, if the modernized plan for me to go towards a modern application will take me like 3, 4, 5, 7 years, because every single minute that the application is not running, I'm losing money. So you have to balance those things if that's important or not for you to modernize. And of course, the optimization of costs and operations will be the second, an important point when you talk about your modernizing pillar. And to finish, the operate pillar, right? When you have everything done, you plan it, you execute it, you secure, you have modernizing your applications. Now you have to operate that going forward, right? So you have to focus always on the applications. That's the idea of leveraging perspective guidance, a perspective tool. So you have the foundation. VMware Cloud Foundation is for helping you do your applications better, right? Your applications run better. So you always have to have the applications on top of mind. So you have a shift on your mindset, right? So you have those guidelines for monitoring the applications, everything related to licensing, security, performance. That will be important to be part of this operate layer, right? Here, of course, understanding the availability of your environment. If you have backups up to date, if you have your disaster recovery running, if you have a plan, you're testing those disaster recovery. So that will ensure your ongoing success, right? And where you can get all those information, right? Here's the link. We have everything related to our architecture framework on the tech zone, and we have for each of one of our offerings. You have for VMware Cloud on AWS, Azure VMware Solution, Google Cloud VMware Engine, Oracle Cloud VMware Solution, as well all of our VCBP partners, so our VMware Cloud providers, right? And if you go, there's a lot of documentation that will help towards that journey, right? So to summarize and then finish my presentation here, I tried to quickly show the benefits and the power as well of the well architecture framework, right? So here is a collaborative guidance between you partners and VMware to offer the best practice for your multi-cloud journey. It's a focused approach, it's a framework that works with 5 pillars, and we always invite you to do a collaboration with us, and everything that you think that might be incorporated into that, this is like a live environment, and every day we try to put more best practice there. So, thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mike McDonough. I'm with Lenovo. I lead product management, product marketing management, and I'm a general manager at the company for software. Before I begin, I just want to let you know that for those individuals who are in statistics, I think you have a pretty good shot compared to the rest. We're having a raffle right off to the right, and I'm telling you, I think we're in double digits here for the chance of actually winning. So we'll leave that to the side. So going back to it, today I'm going to speak to you about AI Ops. The reason why I'm talking about AI Ops is for the last year and a half as an executive of the company, I've been leading a venture into understanding what is Lenovo's position in AI Ops. Where should we be focused? And also, how can we serve our customers as well as our ecosystem in the AI Ops environment? So we'll go through a couple things. I'm going to share what I found from the analysts and the press, is when we talk to them. Our customers, we have had over a 1,000 person survey, direct touch over the last. And if you're not familiar with Lenovo, we are a global company. So this represents just not North America, but it represents the 5 geos, which are represented as EMEA, North America, Latin America, AP, and PRC. In regards to PRC, our 5th geo, most of the stuff that we develop here, as we call the rest of the world, is specific to the rest of the world. If we do find value, we actually go ahead and that geo, PRC, stands on its own. So software and innovation that we develop here within Lenovo, which is really around 2 different areas, predominantly about orchestration and automation are the 2 areas. And those are 2 focus areas because we also work closely with partners and ecosystems, which represent 35 individual partners that we work through, okay? Number 3 would be the management layer. The management layer is an important aspect of it. And how do we connect with that management layer with collaborating with our partners? So all the great stuff that we're here to learn about this week with VMware, for everything from vCenter all the way up to TC Ops and all the orchestration and automation that they offer, we connect into that. We connect into that. So what I'm going to do is I'll take you through more of the sterile side to give you a baseline. I'm going to establish a little bit of a definition for those of you who are maybe unfamiliar with AI Ops or have not really started that journey. We're going to cover that as well. So just for my first thing, since we're for the local people, can I have a show of hands? Does anybody have an AI Ops application or program? Are you have adopted it yet? Because I want to make sure I'm talking at the right level. If we all have adopted it, I'll take it to this level. If we're still learning, I'll make sure I pull it back and I give you a great baseline at the end of those 25 minutes. So my question is, show of hands, do you have an AI Ops strategy and have you employed it yet? And I don't think many would, because I'll tell you it's fairly new to the market, okay? So let's just jump into it, and thank you once again for joining me here. Do not expect me to go through every single item here on this list, but we'll just say that AI Ops at the highest level of the conversation is about in your operations what we'll call day 2. We have day 0, day 1, and day 2. That's how we look at it. Day 0 is when a product comes into your company or as a partner. You are actually doing the fit and putting it in. That's day 0, which normally drives a lot of automation. Day 1 is the configuration side of things, specifically having to do of taking that product and gelling it or fusing it into your infrastructure. That has 2 aspects of it. That has both the automation side, which is day 0 we spoke about, and the orchestration side. And when we get to day 3, which is, that is like the life expectancy, the life cycle of it. That is orchestration, heavy orchestration, some automation. So with this being said, when we look at this, this gives the insight and the agility to migrate the IT risks that keep me up at night. I mean, that's really the statement here. It is about integrating models or analytics into your operations backplane. So if I took pause here and we went to the enterprise side or the global side of the business, then we'd probably have a fairly large knock. We'd have people out there who specialize in LANs, WANs, mobility, communications. And now we actually have different groups. Now this is very, very early on. There actually is groups of individuals who just focus on the AI side. That is the first misnomer that's out there in the industry. When we speak about AI ops, this is about the generic integration of AI into your operations substrate. I'll say it again. This is about the integration of AI, we'll say models, could be generative AI, there's many different versions of it, into your operations strategy. There are those who are more advanced, who wake up every day and have large modeling or model creation. They might broaden that conversation. They may broaden that conversation to say that AI ops is inclusive of the actual AI model business that it is. The contracts, the SLAs, the soft binding contracts, the ability to bring in, we'll say generative or different models, but also trying to monetize your data sets in the open market. Has anybody heard of a product under Amazon or AWS called, the product is Clean Room? Have anybody heard about that? Probably some little nod, okay. Well, I'll just spend a second here because we are here, we heard this morning about a lot of generative AI and AI conversation, and we heard the term about multi-cloud, right? Multi-cloud. So what Clean Room does, and some of the people who are monetizing the data sets out there, what that does, it scrubs the data that you're trying to monetize and puts it in a format that allows you to go ahead and lease that data out into the open market. Now, some of the more advanced companies out there, and we look at this as well because we ingest a lot of data, we can actually go to blockchain soft journals and use journaling in order to lock down and in order to enable customers to take partitions of data, or we'll take the old analogy of Coke and Pepsi, opening up the ability for Coke to share some of Pepsi's data, but not all the secret sauce of Pepsi, okay? So let's just talk a look at some of these big questions in here. Is my application performing as expected? We'll go down a little bit. Is it deployed and configured in accordance with the vendor's best practice? Obviously, that's very critical. Is it protected and recoverable in case of loss? We'll call that backup data recovery, BCDR. Do I have the infrastructure platform capacity available to grow as expected? That falls into two different buckets. Bucket one has the ability, the agility to expand when needed. Bucket two is more preemptive modeling and looking forward to the what ifs of the future. When you look at AI ops, that is really what they're trying to achieve here. We at Lenovo have a certain onus, a responsibility inside of that. But similar to the OSI model, AI ops has different channels or levels that are being built and adopted as this product or as this platform, some consider it a platform, develops in maturity. What I'll do at the very end of this is give you some time to really understand more about where we fit within this. So I covered this a little bit on the interpretation. Similar to a rose, we all have a different way to explain it. And so I gave two examples here. I gave the Gartner example, which is a standard one. It works well. AI ops combines big data, and I think big data is important, right? With machine learning to automate IT processes, including event correlation, anomaly detection, and casualty determination. Many of the AI ops platforms that exist out there are an extension of previous organizations, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. So you'll find many of the new AI ops platforms are an extension of a LAN platform or a WAN platform or something else that has been before, and now they're extending and taking into models. If I blew up the source on Gartner and I have a different slide that really brings up more color there, you'll see it. Like all of this, there is also some consistency in here. When we look at development efforts and what they do, we offer, if we were the operations side, and is there anybody here from ops here? Ops teams? So we do have an ops guy. So as you know, or someone within your ops organization knows, there's SLAs, and you know about those SLAs. So those contracts that sit regards between you as the operations team, the development team, and the end users or the business units are something that has to be established. And there's dings and there's grades being given. And of course, with your QBRs or the reviews, they head on up. Now, I spoke to you early on as I introduced myself that we've been a year and a half into this. So if you look across the board here at these major vendors, I'm going to cheat a little bit and tell you who we've been working with a little bit. So we've been working with IBM. We looked explicitly at Turbonomics extensively. We used Turbonomics we ate our own dog food, and we integrated Turbonomics into our manufacturing facility. We did that for multiple months to test it on out. The second thing, we looked at Cisco as well. They're a great partner of ours. We looked at Splunk and ServiceNow, more of a connective tissue. So when you look at this stack, and we talked about the stack, it goes everywhere from the physical layer, and this is a great slide to talk about it, the infrastructure operational intelligence layer, or that physical layer, all the way up to the app layer. So if I take probably one of the more advanced ones, Turbonomics. Turbonomics has been acquired by IBM several years ago. It comes from a generative WAN previously in 2004, invented by Columbia, 2 PhDs, who came out of Columbia University, and that became a platform for WAN optimization even before AI models were there. I would consider Turbonomics to be probably one of the more advanced services out there, and I would consider it now beyond a product, but more in a platform. Because inside of the Turbonomics umbrella, what IBM has built, they have things like bursting capability as AI model contracts to multiple clouds, including themselves. They integrated predictive analytics and SLA contracts so that you, when talking and speaking to your customers or to your contracts, when you see something, you say something, early visibility. It also does budget considerations for next year. Quite advanced orchestration automation associated with it. And they just recently acquired Apptio, which just completed last week, as maybe some of you know, which gives them an even greater connection into the cloud. So now let's reflect about that in Lenovo. My conclusion as the leader of the software organization is that, and I have a board meeting coming up at the end of this month, so you are just right like next to our board. We're literally, you're seeing those insights with it. We're turning around and we're finding out where we sit. Where do we play? What should we do? Where should our extension be? Where should we partner? Where should we purchase? Maybe where should we embed? If you think about side of it, what I like to use as analogies closest to the pin. And I'm not a golfer. I'm a terrible golfer. But I think it has a really strong acronym or a vision of where we can play. And so you'll see where we can play is you'll see a lot more focus in on that substrate, the operational intelligence side of things. So we'll look at performance analysis. Performance analysis below the virtualization layer, whether it's container-based or VM-based, we'll look at that. We'll give capacity planning. That is a responsibility for us at the low end for the physical level. We'll look at service portals because some individuals are on this journey. VMware talks about the road, the journey often. Well, same here with AIOps. So we will have a dedicated portal. And actually that portal, you'll see shortly, I'll give you some times and release some timelines of when that will be occurring. We also have service ticketing. So we have the responsibility to do that. Where don't we see a play? Higher up, service levels agreements at the app level. We think the app level is where the application should play and they should live and they should have insights. But on the application level, what we'll offer to our partners in the AIOps strategy is that we have very advanced labs, interoperability labs. So in there we'll have, as we've been doing for years, we produce documentation to give insights into the performance of applications. These labs are global, by the way. Closest one, actually North Carolina. We have one in AP, we have one in Europe, and we bring apps in there. Those contracts will be adhered to. So we have opportunities for bare metal connectivity. There are some application AIOps or AI that will sit on top, directly tunnel down to the physical layer. That would be a hard contract. The other one's the virtual layer. On the virtual layers, we're fairly sitting in ships in a night situation where we are at the bottom of it and we are communicating to the virtualization layer, giving them insight. So we know that VMware uses DRS as an algorithm in a cluster per se. We give health recommendations to DRS, how the substrate is doing, how the hardware is doing. Not just at the server level, but we also have insights into the subcomponent level so they can make their decisions. Whether it's a GPU, which we're working on, but definitely today fans, CPU analysis with our Intel and AMD relationship. We do power supplies, things along those lines that we collect, and we go northbound, giving the virtualization layer insights to the physical layer and allowing them to take action. So coming back to the southbound layer, they can direct and prioritize applications, and we can do what we have to do on our lower level to support that. Okay? We also breach into the networking side. We extensively use, since we're at a VMware event, NSX, NSXT, the ability to connect not just into the server side, but also connection into the networking side. Looking for congestions at the virtual level, resolving it at the physical level. If we're seeing congestions, we could have a test at the physical level to test the health of the NIC, looking at congestions and giving insights at the macro level to take course in action. When we look at AIOps observability and log monitoring vendors, I've mentioned a couple of them earlier. We went ahead and we looked at that because many people on their AIOps journey begin with the logging and monitoring. And that may be good enough, especially in the commercial and the mid-sized market. We see quite a bit of activity happening at this level. Not everybody out there can afford and invest in a whole AIOps model or an AIOps strategy. So in that regard, we see a hybrid model approaching. And we see this mostly, as I said, in the commercial space, the commercial subspace. In that commercial space, we see the logging and monitoring insights that some of them we mentioned earlier are using, and then using our gateway, our management interface into the physical level in order to resolve those issues that may be happening below. Now, in that situation, the user takes more onus and responsibility onto it. You open up yourself to possible some operator error or some latency in resolving an issue. But not everybody has the deep pockets to build and design an AIOps strategy. And it's a great phase one. And I actually encourage those who are adopting it to consider this as a first phase of integration into a bigger, longer strategy. I'll say that again. I really consider that a first step or something to look at. This is a deeper look or deeper insight into the Gartner's vision of AIOps. If you look along the lines, each of these are features that with either in some of the product lines or what we consider some of the platforms that exist out there. Historical analysis, anomaly detection, performance analysis, not just, but real-time or near real-time performance analysis, and correlation, which is a very big part of, as my friend in operations knows, in order to do resolutions or problem resolution. Task automation reduces the exposure of this, changing risk analysis, and you can go through the rest. It's more of an eye chart. But these are the major features, for those who are not familiar with AIOps, that are really bundled in there. You can find these features in other applications that you find within your ops, in your ops center. However, being able to tightly tie them together and using modeling or maybe a sixth person on the basketball court in order to do early detection and automation is where the AIOps models in the AIOps application really separates itself from the manual side. Where do we play in this? We play a very vital role. At the end of the day, it always comes back to the hardware. It does. It comes back to the hardware. And the health of that hardware and giving insights is actually quite new. and I'll say again, quite new. The virtualization layer assumes mostly a binary up or down. It doesn't go to Benelli yellows or statistics of how high or what component. So a red on a down could be that maybe I have one NIC card down, but maybe I have 2 or 3 NICs or 4 NICs into a large server, and maybe I go tier 2, tier 3 apps instead of declaring it down. These are the type of insights that kind of get rolled on up through our northbound connections into the virtualization layer that prior, to be honest, has not been there, at least when I was at VMware. Now, if we take a look at this, a little bit of an eye chart here, but it's accessible. We'd recommend from Gartner, and it shows up better than the screen. You get a better cut of where the IT operations management side of it is. And this is the area that we focus it on. And so what I want to do here in the remaining minutes here from a time perspective is I want to just give you a deeper dive or a checkpoint of where we are. So this is my task list to the organization of what we are, and it'll give you a really good validity or validation of what we're doing. So I mentioned this throughout the presentation. Some of this might be new and some is just a level setting. So we're focused on the lower level on the AIOps stack, the physical layer. We're focused on predictive analytics on the server, storage, edge. Server, storage, and edge. The 3 core products that make up most of Lenovo. And when I say edge, I'm talking about the PC level as well, all the way on out. Most people look predominantly at the data center, or they look at the edge at the server side. We're expanding that to the PC so that when your help desk gets those phone calls, there's a correlation between what they're connecting into. Number 2, it will deliver choice for SLA options and contracts. We're working with blockchain journaling so that you can turn around and have contracts at the sub-layer level, and they determine that. So those contracts will have gray levels. And those gray levels will allow us when we may have to burst to the cloud or actually negotiate or go back to the contract holder and let them know. Now going back to predictive analytics, I want to say this is something we have here and now. This year we've gone ahead and we launched predictive analytics on the hardware as an early look into the capabilities. So if you are a Lenovo or thinking of becoming a Lenovo customer, we have SLA agreements with our hardware that allows you to get insights. So we give predictability out to 3 weeks of a incurring issue or an event that may be happening. We correlate this with the power supplies. We look at some of the subcomponents, not all of them yet, but we're expanding on it. But those models are giving you an early look before something goes bump into the night. We'll just say our first one happened in April, and it gave 2 weeks notice before a fan failed within a server. We're developing northbound and southbound stack or highway. You can see that's RESTful open APIs. We're also working into Kafka buses so that we can build applications on top of that. We're investing in SDKs. We have first SDK version alpha out the door so that you can develop your own apps on top of that. We're committing to the VMware connection, not because I'm here at VMware at Explore, but we've been working with them, and we have a major investment with VMware. We have invested several $100 million into multiple labs, and I would say that we have all the more modern applications. It's actually in Austin, Texas, and we have some around the world, one in Germany and one in my own facility here in North Carolina. All with the latest hardware doing regression testing between V1, V2, V3 of Intel, as well as AMD, as well as the interconnectivity to it. And we just have, this fall, we'll be announcing the connections into the orchestration automation layer of the VMware softwares. TCOps, VROps, all that stuff, okay? We're establishing integration into vCenter. That has been done today. That's been part of xClarity, which is our substrate. There'll be a new product coming out in a little bit. I'll talk about that in a second. We have commitment to SLA contracts to our professional services. That's what I mentioned before. So our pro services, if you do have someone early on, a TAM, someone managing a service, we have that associated with it. We have openness to customers' insights. So as we collect our data, all the insights we're feeding into northbound side of AIOps, some larger customers on the enterprise side, or on my last slide, are actually building their own models, their own operational models. So we have connectivity on the customer sites and rolled up to different geographies of where you'd want that to happen. And so with that being said, I want to thank you once again for your time. And with that being said, we're having a raffle. I'll stand around here for a little bit, but then I'm going out to a round table where we're going to have more depth on AI Ops conversation. I thank you for your time, and good luck in your AI Ops journey. Thank you very much.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Greg Catano from HPE. We're going to spend a short 12 to 15 minutes here talking about the shared responsibility model of our HPE GreenLake for VCF offering, the service offering that we have. Where this fits in our portfolio is we have what we call the custom or the flex model, where you could build everything up yourselves and you could add managed services on top of it, to all the way to our extreme, which is our HPE GreenLake for Private Cloud Enterprise, which everything is done through management of HPE itself with a Morpheus front end, so you have some VM vending and everything else. This solution fits in the middle, and the reason it fits in the middle is because customers have come to us and said, I really want HPE to do all of this work for us, but I want to be able to be a part of it, and I want to be able to manage the environment using the native VMware tools themselves. So instead of putting a Morpheus front end on it or something else, I have all these tools to deploy my applications. I want to leverage those and keep in the model of making that work. So what HPE did with all of that is we created this shared responsibility model. And basically what ends up happening in the shared responsibility model is we function as an infrastructure as a service provider for you, the management overall for everything else. We take away a pain point of how do you do lifecycle management. Because honestly, if you really want to do lifecycle management, do you want to have to know about it, buy all the vendors of the hardware, or would you rather have the hardware vendor take care of it themselves? They're the ones that know best how to do firmware updates, how to make sure everything gets updated in the proper order, and be able to do that. So if you look on the left side of the slide here, it says we have the 3 layers with the HPE cloud infrastructure at the bottom, so all of the components of what we have as our instances or our cloud compute instances, storage and our networking that builds on top of that inside of the parameter. We have a control plane. It's a 1U box that communicates back to the GreenLake control center, right? And that's how our management services come in and be able to look at the environment, manage the environment. That's also the pipe that goes back out so that all the alerts that happen in the environment itself get pushed back through that pipe up into OpsRamp and ServiceNow so that we can be able to look at that information and be able to do that for you. Also, we'll bring back some information on usage and capacity planning through that control plane. That's what we use to reference the RDA tool that we have that's been around for a long time. That's the connectivity between the 2 sites in there. It doesn't open a whole big part in your environment itself. Then, of course, on top of that layer, we have the traditional VCF layer of software. Right? So you have your vSAN, you have your lifecycle management of vSphere, NSX, everything that belongs on top of that. Then once you get above that layer itself, then with your applications and your data, that all belongs to you. You know best how to deploy that. You know best how you want to be able to manage that data. HPE does not take on that data itself. It's all within you. So if you look down the middle column itself about deployment and provisioning, right, we have starting at the bottom, we do a factory integration of the product. When we roll these things out, we roll it out in day 0 and day 1 fashion such that you can deploy this in your data center or you can deploy it in a colo. You have the choice of where you want to be able to have that information. We do the traditional thing, which is probably the most hardest thing for any account that we work with, is we collect all the information before we build. It's like that part of the instruction manual that says, gather all these tools before you start and it'll be smooth, right? So we're going to ask you all the questions. We're going to ask you what you want for IP ranges, what you want for passwords, what you're going to want for the information. How do you want things laid out before we'll start the factory build? Because if we start a factory build and all of a sudden we're waiting for that information, it's going to be a long time before the delivery. So we have a customer intent document that actually builds that up so that as we roll it in at day 1, a lot of the information that we're doing there is the final mile of connectivity to your data center network, if you want to do that for the uplinks, to be able to bring that in, and then move it from beyond that point and be able to connect into whatever licenses you bring. You can buy the license from HPE, you can bring your own license along with you, as you want to be able to do it for the VMware software. We provision during that build process the management domain itself, and we'll get ready to deploy all the other hosts that you make available to you for the workload domain. Right, so we'll make sure vSphere is loaded on them, they're properly revved up, they have all of the entire firmware that you actually need on the environment. And then from that layer up, think about it as the shared model of, we've given you this infrastructure, we've given you the pool of IP addresses you told us. You've given us all of the VLANs that you want us to work with. We provision the top of rack switches to make sure all of those work, and we hand that over to you for you to be able to commission, decommission those hosts, just like you would if you were in SDDC Manager yourself. You do have access to the SDDC Manager. You have access to vCenter and the NSX Manager. So as sharing in that relationship of building the workload, building the environment that works for your data, for all the applications you want to do, sitting in the middle. From there, you can migrate your VMs yourself. You can actually be able to do deployment and provisioning of additional VMs, and also reconfiguring those VMs or those clusters in the workload domain to be able to make it the best that works for your application. So that's in the deploy and the provision piece. And then the management piece on the right-hand side of this, again, I said HPE is responsible for all of the lifecycle management itself. We also will put out some reporting, and I'll show you just a screenshot of what one of those looks like in a second, of capacity management and consumption analytics, right? Because this is a service that we have available through the metering software that we have available to us. We can tell you what your load is on the memory, what your load is on the core counts that are inside the box itself, what you're using for the storage, so that you can look at it and also has some forecasting of where we think you're going to go. That's great for when you're going to be able to want to provision the software and say, hey, it looks like I'm going to hit a peak. I want to get ahead of the supply chain requirement and bring in some more nodes so I can make sure that's there. Everything gets set up with the nodes. HP is responsible for making sure those nodes are ready, and then you can roll them into the environment and the clusters as you need them. From going up inside that entire thing, right? We talk about all the domains management workload itself, the lifecycle management, and then the GreenLake management tools. And then again, monitoring for your VMs and everything else becomes that middle layer for everybody else to be able to take care of. Now this environment was really something that we said, there's a lot of people that are invested in their own provisioning tools. They have others that want to be a part of it. Our default licensing that we do put in this solution is VCF Enterprise itself, so you get the suite of all the products, including vRealize Suite. And not everybody wants to use vRealize Suite right off the top or the ARIA Suite right off the top. So by default out of the factory, we typically don't install that immediately until we understand what the customer wants to do with that. Because there's a whole lot of extra stuff that people have to decide what they want to do with their networking, if they're doing availability zones, and sometimes they're not ready to do that. But it's licensed in the environment. If you buy the license from HPE, you have a choice of all the OEM licenses that we do resell from VMware itself. If you bring your own license into this environment with the shared responsibility, we have two services that we put in there so that HPE will handle level 1 and level 2 calls for you, so that we can make sure it gets a resolution really quick and a remediation really quick, and then we'll hand off at level 3 to VMware based on the licensing, wherever that was purchased from that entire thing. So you see the two pieces, you see where they all brought together with the environment itself. And then if I flip to the next slide, this is a screenshot of what the HPE GreenLake platform looks like when you come into the environment itself. This is our integration environment that we were using for the demo. If you come over to the HPE booth, we have it up live so we can poke around a little bit. But you notice it has tracked cost up on the top. It has the capacity planning summary that's there, as well as your monthly charges, because you can pay as you go. But there's also a tile in the bottom of there on the third slide that says it's the HPE GreenLake for VMware Cloud Foundation. And that's the tile that will take you, based on the role that you logged into on the HPE GreenLake platform, over to a tile that says, are you allowed to log into SDDC Manager? Are you allowed to log into the NSX Manager for workload 1 or workload 2 or the vCenter, given those permissions, right? And those things are defined by the way we do this through the roles that we define inside the environment, inside the GreenLake platform. So we set up VCF specific roles. So you can come in here, log in, you can give people permission, right? We give us super users the permission to come in, and you define your users that want to be able to do this information. Your users that want to be able to come in here, and you classify them here. When you get through to the next tile, which you'll see on the next slide, those tiles are defined by this role, all right, and they may be able to bring them in. Here are the tile rolls. So it's a click through from here. It launches the browser, again, to push you right into the environment itself. This is not the only way into your environment. You still have access to your environment through your data center network. So all the traditional methods, because you probably have a lot of services set up in the network that you want to be able to utilize, you can still get to the network. This is an alternate way to get to the network from the cloud, from the GreenLake platform. You don't have to use this method because a lot of people write their own provisioning tools and be able to do it. Yes?
If I have access to go to my virtual center directly,
Yeah.
then this one also from the cloud. So am I opening appliance or something, or how am I?
You're not opening an appliance. This is a browser click through the environment.
My physical deployment of my data center, which is greatly right? So do I have to, are they installing something in there or this access?
So this access will come through that 1U box that we put in there. It's called the control plane. So the remote device RDA tool will bring the connectivity into the environment itself and then spawn that off in it. When you do get to the SDDC manager and the NSX manager itself, you do re-log in because people have different credentials of different IMs available on the next level, and you can protect that from happening, right? You may say to somebody, you don't have permission to come in from the cloud. You won't be able to come in from the cloud side of the house, but you will be able to come in from the local network side, depending on how you do that. So you log in both ways right now. We have a variety. We have about 7 different compute instances that are available with this platform today. Storage-centric, vSAN-based, all the way through the first part of this roadmap. There is one compute instance that does have 2 GPUs and the A40 GPUs that are available to be used as well, if that's one of the workloads that you consider and need to bring into the environment. These are, right now are Gen 10 Plus, and it's based on VCF 451 because we started this project a year ago, and VCF 5 didn't come out until June of this year, and now we're moving forward to go to VCF 5, 5.1, and then also moving into our Gen 11 platforms. But that, yeah, we got to do it. Yep. And I do have to wrap it up, and I thank you guys very much. It was a quick session, but come by the booth and we'll talk a little bit more. Thank you all.
All right. Hey, thanks guys for coming out. Really appreciate it. I know there's the big EUC session going on, so you guys coming here means a lot for me. My session, I'm Tom Fenton. My session is How Fat is Your Thin Client? I write for Storage Review Magazine with Brian Beeler and also Virtualization and Cloud Review. However, my daytime job is at ControlUp. And you'll kind of see where all three of these different kind of companies coming together, and how I developed this topic and why it was interesting to me. Like I said, I write for Storage Review. I think I'm the only one in the world that does reviews on thin clients. And so at Storage Review, we tend to get a lot of thin clients in. We get the HP, Lenovo. Just got done doing a nice write-up on the Lenovo Neo 50Q, which is a neat little device. And I also work with a lot of different thin client OSs. Work with iGel, Stratodesk, 10-Zig. We just got done doing write-up on 10-Zig. And as I was writing my last one, I kind of came up with a question that I'd never really thought of before. How fat is a thin client? How much resources does it use when compared to running the native client on top of Windows or Linux, something like that? It's something I really never investigated before. I started looking around and I just didn't see a whole lot of information on it. So I thought, hey, this is going to be a good topic. So for Virtualization and Cloud Review, I actually went through and wrote an article on it. And this presentation is kind of based on that. That said, I'm going to write another one on it a little bit later because some of the interesting things I found in the last bit. Like I said, I work for ControlUp. It makes software, VDI monitoring software. And I needed an agnostic tool so I could measure the performance of all these different devices, whether they're thin clients or Windows or Linux devices. And that's kind of what we do, so it worked out really well. And in particular, I was interested in kind of three different metrics. One was the amount of RAM it used, because a lot of the cost of clients is based on the RAM. And of course, the CPU performance was important, but what I really want to keep an eye on is the CPU queue length. And that's how many actions are queued up for the CPU to act on. So you want that, 1, 2. You don't want a whole lot of CPU queue length in there. And I thought, what kind of devices do I want to look at? Yeah, the first one, let me go for something that's cheap. The cheapest one I could find on Amazon. It was this $99 A-top nuke. Had a small processor and only had two cores in it. Looked at it, and its CPU mark number was fairly low, it was 1300. And then I looked at some others. A lot of people repurpose devices. They either use existing devices in the company that are no longer, for example, able to run Windows 11, so they just aren't viable. So people just load one of the thin OSs on them and repurpose them that way. Or you can buy these things cheap. I bought this one for $120 from Dell refurbished on sale, so they're real reasonably priced. And then the last one that I looked at was this Max Tang, that guy down there. And the reason I did this is last year at VMworld, if you were a vExpert, and I humble brag, I am a vExpert, NetApp gave these to all the vExperts, so I had one of these hanging around. And the processor on the Intel Core and the processor on the 750 was an Intel Core i5 processor, and on the Max Tang was the Celeron processor. What I found interesting about these two, was this one was done in 2015. They both have 4 threads, and they're fairly similar in how fast they run. And the numbers, this one's about 80% of that one. But the power this guy uses the newer one, the 2021, uses a third of the power of the newer one. I kind of found that interesting. I wanted to see how this played out. So the Max thing, the A-top nuke, I decided not to mess around with because it just didn't seem like it'd have enough juice to work. And so the way I conducted my test was fairly simplistic. I just brought up the native client. I actually attached a VMware Test Drive. You guys use VMware Test Drive? You should look into it. It's a great program that lets you use VMware resources to do things with, and one of them is Horizon Desktop. And I brought up a video. This one is the first guy doing a double backflip on a jet ski, and it has a lot of action in it, so I thought that'd be a good test. Went ahead and ran it. And this is on the Dell 7050, and it kind of blew me away. First of all, overall, how light the VDI client is. On Stratodesk, that's the OS I used, but I also tried it with iGel and 10Zig, and they all came about the same. He used only like 5 or 6% of the CPU, which, like I said, kind of surprised me. And then I installed Ubuntu 22.04 on it, installed the native client on it, and he used about 10%, so two to three times as much as running a bespoke and thin client OS on it. And then, of course, I ran Windows on it, and it used 5 to 7 times as much CPU resources. The thin client, about twice as much as Linux. That was oh, by the way, the stuff in the yellow is when I was using the native client. Then I took a look at the RAM on it. And again, the thin client OSs, the spoken thin client OSs, maybe, under a gig. Again, just really surprised me how lightweight it was. And Linux, used a little bit more, about, 2.5 gig. It didn't really increase much. And then Windows, being Windows, ran about 7 times as much, used about 7 times as much RAM. And so I actually called the guys at Stratodesk, and I said, I know you guys are based on Linux. They actually use Ubuntu as their underlying operating system. How do you get that low? And he said, we just rip out everything that doesn't support running the native client. That's where we get it so low. But to double check it, I went ahead and ran it on the Max Tang with the J6412 on it. About the same results. Again, very lightweight process. Windows is using 7 times as much, 5 to 7 times as much, and Linux is using about 2 times as much. And the same with the RAM. This device only had 4 gig of RAM, so actually any of these would be okay on it. So that's kind of my results. And then I thought, that running a bespoken thin client OS is kind of interesting, but there's trade-offs, right? And the pros of running the thin client, obviously uses much less resources. You can get by with a very minimal hardware footprint. You can, less than 1 gig of RAM on it. However, when you do this, you got to remember that VMware is getting smarter, and it's offloading a lot of process to the device itself. So if you use things like multimedia redirection, you're going to want a bigger footprint. Or if you're running some kind of unified communication application like Teams or Zoom, those can be offloaded to the device itself, and you actually want to do that. So don't take this, I only need a device with 1 gig, 2 gig. You'd have to do some of your own testing with it. Other things, like I said, you can reuse, repurpose existing devices. You can, buy older devices. Like I said, the 7050 was about 120 bucks. And even with that, you can use that excess CPU for other things. Maybe you want to make it a print server, things like that. And if you buy a bespoke and thin client, very few of them have fans. I mean, they don't have any moving parts at all, which is kind of nice if you're in an office environment, because it makes them very quiet, and everyone likes that. The thin clients are stateless devices. You just kind of pull them out, replace them. There isn't any user information on them. They're not dedicated to a single user like a PC or Linux machine is. And because they strip out all that stuff that they're not using, it makes them very secure. 10Zig, iGel, Stratodesk, all those guys are very security conscious. And there are some decent dedicated thin client management tools. So on the Pro, with all these pluses, why would you want to do something like run Linux or Windows on it? You can run local applications, right? I flew here from Portland. I needed to get my presentation up to date, and so you can run your local applications on it. You also got a lot more hardware configuration options, whether you need a GPU, maybe some local storage. And I think probably the biggest one is a lot of people already have Windows management infrastructure in place, so it makes it real easy to use them. But even if you do use a dedicated Windows device, you aren't going to have to buy the most expensive, most powerful one out there. So at the beginning, I said I didn't look at that $99 one, and I kind of wish I would have, because the native client is a single-threaded application. So even though the CPU mark score is fairly low, 1300, it's the single-threaded rating that you want to look at. And so that's why I'm going to rewrite the article, is because I am going to look at if something with 2 cores can deliver as well as something with 4 cores, because just the threaded application. And that's it. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. I'm also doing a presentation for Control Up tomorrow. If you'd like to sit in on that, you can kind of see some of the information, how I gathered that if you go to that one as well, the tool that I use. And thank you for coming to Vegas. And any Hunter S. Thompson fans out there? We got one. It never got weird enough for me, so enjoy Vegas, guys. Appreciate you coming out. I really do.
Oh. Hello, everyone. I want to welcome you and hope you're having a great VMware event. My name is Shelley Calhoun-Jones. I'm a technologist at Cohesity, and I'm joined here by Jed Wallace, who's also a technologist on our team. We're going to be talking a little bit about how you can learn more about some of the key concepts which make up data protection. So this is Data Protection 101. Jed, would you like to say any words before we get started?
No, I'm good.
All right. Yeah. Sweet. All right, so we're going to talk about some common challenges that organizations run into with data protection. We're going to talk a bit about what's happening on the threat landscape related to VMware. We're also going to talk a bit about some data protection strategies, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide you guys with a scenario, and we're going to go and solve some problems for our customer. And because of the length of this session, I do encourage you to stick around, and if you have any questions or feedback, stick around. We'd love to talk to you more about security. So let's go ahead and get started. Just to kind of focus on what's happening on the threat landscape related to VMware or ransomware. We have seen some activity related to various ransomware variants that are actually targeting VMware ESXi servers. And so what we did was we focused on a couple common strains that we've seen over the last 6 months or so. And from what we've seen, a lot of these variants are targeting known vulnerabilities in servers that are unpatched or running out-of-date versions of VMware ESXi software. With the BitLocker, it actually is targeting virtual machines running on ESXi. And with Akira, it's actually broadened its reach by using a Linux encryptor to target virtual machines. So these are just a few examples. Something that my colleague wanted me to mention was, another type of strain that's been hitting the threats landscape pretty significantly is the wiper malware. So instead of encrypting, it's just literally wiping out the data that you have on that particular host. So to mitigate, the best practice would be to make sure that you're patching all of your systems and software, make sure that you're addressing any known vulnerabilities, and also making sure that you're running your backup and recovery, or your backup on a regular basis. Jed, would you like to add anything to this slide?
No, I don't have really anything to add to this slide right now, no.
I would also just say if you're using cloud accounts like AWS or Azure, make sure that you have versioning turned on and logging. And we're going to touch more on this later on in this presentation, but just to kind of set the stage here, we have a customer, and you might actually recognize this customer if you look at the description, if you've ever seen Buckaroo Banzai. But they are an aerospace company that specializes in propulsion systems and semiconductors. And so our job as their consultant is to go and solve some different problems for them, because they were actually recently experienced an infection related to ransomware. Now, from a VMware perspective, they're running vSphere 7 with NSXT running in between both data centers. They have data centers out of Austin and Denver, and they're doing a test migration into AWS so they can take advantage of VMware Cloud. So let's go ahead and jump into the material. We're going to talk about some different data protection strategies, starting with the fact that as security practitioners, we want to make sure we're using a defense in depth approach. This is actually from thorteaches.com for any of you that are really into security. Now, for the sake of the session, we're going to be focusing on network, server, and the data stack. We're going to learn about how we can secure the network, server, and data stack. But keep in mind, this is an ongoing process. You're never finished with your security journey. So let's go ahead and dive into our first scenario. So our company, or our client's company, was infiltrated by ransomware. It got in by having a compromised file uploaded to a VM. And this caused a major disruption for our customer. So I'm gonna use Jed here as my security consultant. And I want to ask you, Jed, how does network control, or network controls, filtering, and network segmentation help our customer?
So when you talk about some of the fundamentals, right, is some of the most basic things you could do to protect your environment is to have, a firewall at the edge, filtering incoming and outgoing traffic, looking for threats, real time. Also, a lot of people don't realize, maybe there's some additional things or subscriptions or add-ons that firewall vendors offer, like maybe gateway antivirus, so you can start scanning for viruses and malware at the edge of your network, trying to prevent it from infiltrating into your internal network, right? As well as you can do micro-segmentation. Of course, we can, we'll talk about that a lot throughout this presentation, to kind of segregate your traffic and kind of try to block some of the attacks from going east-west and infiltrating other production workloads.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's a really good point about the segmentation, And a lot of companies don't even know the sheer breadth of their network. They may not know the full storage footprint of their network, especially if you're working for like a managed services provider. So it's important to make sure that we're documenting changes to our environment. And actually, this slide actually kind of covers this a little bit further on what Jen was mentioning with network segmentation. Making sure that we're placing systems in the same communication segment. For example, you may have a group of security appliances that you have on a management network, and you're using traffic mirroring to send that traffic information to your management network. Maybe data loss prevention or packet inspection. And then kind of like what Jen mentioned, making sure that we're reducing congestion and containing our communication problems by keeping it in one part of our network. Jen, is there anything that you'd like to add to this slide?
Yeah, just reiterating, having certain types of traffic in their own VLAN or segment, whether you use an NSX, which I know in my environment and in past jobs, using an NSX was an easy way to, segregate the traffic, whether it's your iSCSI traffic or especially management traffic, right? You want to keep management separate from like production workloads, just so, if one system gets infected, we're not bleeding over into other ones, especially management, because you need that to be able to recover, right?
Yeah.
And also, I think it's important also to say, in the event, if you have an application with, a SQL database on the end, to have those in the same segment for performance like you were talking about. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's very true. I remember when I used to work for AWS, the best practice we always told our students was, have your database in a more private part of your network, like a protected subnet or a private subnet, and maybe even consider having a load balancer in your public and keep your application and web workloads behind the firewall. So that's great. And just to kind of build upon this, we have another kind of slide here on how you can protect yourself against network attacks, starting with the stateful and the stateless firewalls that we were talking about, making sure that we are leveraging our protection technologies. Maybe we work with snort signatures, maybe we work with another security vendor. A lot of security vendors out there have their own IPS and IDS systems. Proxy, reverse proxy, this is a fun one. So a good example of a reverse proxy server would be like a cloud access security broker. So some companies will actually use a CASB like Netscope to scan all the incoming and outgoing traffic in between their users and applications. Endpoint security, this is kind of a weird animal because nobody wants to push another agent out to their VMs. But also you can think of endpoint security as like the VPN clients, leveraging things like multi-factor authentication, and also consider using application whitelisting if you really want to minimize the chance of malware being installed on your network. All right, let's go ahead and dive into another data protection scenario, starting with how we can secure the server. So our customer wants to know how we can use a zero trust security approach for securing our servers. Jed?
Well, I think for me, the way I would attack this is, first I would start off with, I think, a term everybody's heard is least privilege, right? We only want to give access to employees, contractors, that allow them to do their duties, right? We don't want to give them extra, right? So I would start there, right? And then also I would make sure, some of the fundamentals are making sure all your endpoints are protected. They run in the latest antivirus, the signatures are up to date, very basic. Also, I'd make sure that, again, you're going to hear us talk about microsegmentation or segmenting traffic a lot throughout this presentation, but we keep hitting on that because it's very important, right? Because we don't want that bleed over if you actually do get attacked. And so, again, you want to make sure your endpoints are, running the latest antivirus and signatures, but also I think some things that might fall by the wayside are, when we talk about contractors or other employees, well, they have mobile devices, which could be what? It could be laptops, it could be phones, right? You got to worry about PII data, on all these other devices. Like it could be real nightmares. So I think sometimes we fail to talk about like a mobile device management solution, right? Where you can lock down these devices with profiles, you can encrypt them and all that other stuff to keep your data protected and private, and the ability to wipe them if something's lost. So those are, and also making sure everyone's logins are protected with multi-factor authentication. There's various vendors out there that you can use, and using role-based access controls for all your systems, especially your external systems. Internet-facing like AWS console, Azure portal, those kind of things. So yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned the AWS accounts. I know for a lot of companies, they may actually set up a role for like a contractor that's trying to connect into a group of accounts. They may limit their access so that they only can interact with their resources via the AWS CLI. So a lot of cloud providers have that type of functionality in there, so you don't have to create a permanent user in a system. There'll be some use cases where you provide temporary access. There'll be some use cases where you'll provide permanent access. So there's a lot of ways that you can tackle it. Now, another great resource that just came out a couple months ago is the Zero Trust Maturity Model. Now, I'm sure most of us in the room have heard of Zero Trust. It's been around for a while. And so what CISA did was they created a framework that builds upon this concept. And basically the idea here is that we want to implement automation and orchestration into our security. We want to have full visibility into our data. Because especially if you're working with some of your resources on-prem and some of your resources in the cloud, you may have assets that are being created all of the time. You may have data that you don't really know about or know how it's being used. And so this not only helps you from a security perspective, it also helps you from a cost optimization perspective. And of course, we also want to make sure we're meeting our compliance and governance goals. It's never a fun conversation to have. But just to kind of walk you through each of these pillars. Identity, this may not represent an actual human. It might represent a role or a service account or even an AI chatbot. Devices, this may not be a physical device. This may be a temporary asset that you just spun up to create a new test environment to test something out. And then networks, this is a funny animal because we're not really managing hardware anymore, especially if you're working in the cloud. It's going to be more like software-defined networking, right? And so all of these different pillars, to applications and workloads to data, we need to factor this in when we're thinking about Zero Trust. So I definitely recommend you go out to CISA.gov, have a lot of really good information and some best practices on there about how to achieve Zero Trust. But we also have some other best practices, and I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Jed, and he's going to talk a little bit more about how we can secure our servers.
Yeah, so if we just kind of use, securing a web server stack as an example here, what I've done in the past is, again, secure the servers with antivirus, the latest signatures, make sure you're doing OS patches. We would do microsegmentation, whether that's with VLANs on a switch, or in my case, we were in an NSX shop, so it was really easy with a software-defined network to just segment things on the fly. Again, your traffic, iSCSI, your production workload traffic, all that other good stuff. And also, another thing is, so if you have a web server, likely you're going to have a database server as well. I found a really good way to do this is if you're going to do SQL database, try to have a replicated read-only copy, whether you want to call it a DMZ or whatever, and put it out there where the web front end, as well as have a load balancer in front of that, and then in front of that, I found as opposed to having an on-premise web application firewall, I found that using a cloud-based application firewall, in this scenario, it was actually real world. We were using Akamai, so we were using their web application firewall, which was really great, very hands-off. They also, provided us with as granular as you wanted to get. but they were also with we used them as a CDN, right? So we wanted to put as much as the traffic as to the edge of the network as possible, but with using the cloud-based web application firewall and the CDN, it's not even touching our network, right? So these attacks are being thwarted, whether it's a SQL injection or something like that, or they're scraping your site, right, and causing performance issues. We were dropping those packets at the further edge of the network, and it wasn't affecting our firewall or overloading us, which can happen, right? And so that's kind of like the scenario I like to go through is, again, have if you have like a web server, database, if it's going to be in the DMZ, something fairly public accessible, make sure it's like a read-only copy, obfuscate any kind of, PII data, those kind of things. Have a load balancer, use an application firewall and CDN for like static content maybe on your website, that kind of thing, or your web application. So yeah, so that's kind of what I've done in the past, and it always worked well. I would see all these local municipalities getting hit with ransomware, especially education, in the public, in the education sector and stuff like that. And so, it's always like hurry up and react. Well, no, we decided, let's have these meetings, let's start whiteboarding it, let's design it. And for one workload, this is what we came up with, and it worked well. We never got hit with ransomware. Of course, there's no such thing as 0%, but it's best effort, right? So, yeah.
No, that's excellent. That's a great example of a multi-tier architecture which is secure from beginning to end.
Right.
I love it. Yeah, so I think we got that scenario sorted out for our customer. Let's take a look at another task item here that we're looking into for our company, and that would be protecting our data. And so, the question for our customer is, in what ways can having a strong disaster recovery plan help aid in minimizing the impact of a ransomware attack? And so to kick things off here, I'm going to first turn this over to Jed, and then we're going to talk about some general DR strategies that we can use for our customer.
So pulling from my experience on this one, I've been in IT shops where DR was always an afterthought, right? And this is kind of before the whole ransomware became, such a big deal because people were getting attacked left and right, and they didn't have any plans in place on how to thwart or recover. Well, in this case, we're talking about DR. What happens when you already had the attack happen? So what do? Do you pay the $1 million in ransom? Well, no, I don't want to do that. So it's good to have that foresight, which starts with meetings with all the right key players, budgeting for hardware and equipment and a secondary site, right? And having that plan in place, a DR plan, and that run book, and you test it, you test it, you test it, you test it. You fail over and you fail back, you fail over and you fail back. Whether we used to do it quarterly, right? So just to make sure everything was good.
Yep.
Whether, because I'm from the South, y'all, and I don't know if y'all can tell my twang, but we had to deal with floods and hurricanes and all this other nonsense. And so this was a very big and important deal for us. So we spent the capital up front as opposed to, it's better to spend, let's say, $300,000 up front than $20 million when you get ransomed. So a lot of people who, might be in management, aren't that technical, are somewhat making these decisions, but this day and age, they need to really listen to their engineers and their practitioners, to try to avoid these situations.
Right.
So, but yeah, again, I think the biggest thing is again, having those meetings, whiteboarding what you want your DR to look like, get a plan together, a run book so you can test it. Usually quarterly, it just depends. And you can accomplish this in so many different ways, and I think we're going to talk about that a little bit upcoming. So.
Definitely, yeah, no, those are all really good key points, Jed. Making sure that you're running regular game day exercises. I always like to think of them as those fire drills that we used to do in school. You're going outside, you're following the teacher. It's the same way with DR. And so, it kind of leads to the question, well, how should we plan this out? And so the first question we always want to think about is what our SLAs are. making sure that we're meeting that recovery time and recovery point objectives. So in this example, we have a business that can recover from losing at most 12 hours of data. But they can only be offline for the upwards of an hour. So the question we want to ask ourselves is, how often does our data need to be backed up? And how long can your workload remain unavailable? And to begin that conversation, we need to start thinking about how we can, what type of strategy that we want to take. And so, the first foundation is going to be making sure that we can run a backup and restore. We need to make sure that we can back up and recover our individual workloads. Now, there's a couple other options out there. There's cold site, there's warm site, there's hot site. I'm actually going to turn this over to Jed because Jed's had some experience in this area with your background.
I think one thing here is with every business, I think the number one topic that comes up is budget.
Yep.
Right? Not everyone has an unlimited IT budget, and so you have to find that strategy that works for you. It's unfortunate you have to be constrained by money, but there are people out there with healthier budgets, and we welcome them to have the greatest DR solution and you can think of. But there are different scenarios to save you money and budget, and we'll cover those I think in the next slide. So
yeah, and just to kind of break down what these different options mean. So some customers, they may not have the ability to have a full site online and running that they can roll over to on standby. So, like a cold site, this is going to literally be a mere copy of your environment with your resources kind of offline, and you'll periodically spin it up and update your environment and then shut everything back down. So cold site actually does help save money, but it does take a little bit longer to come back online. Warm site, you might have some resources that are running, like a test environment, but you're not going to have all of your workloads in there. And so that's what's called a warm site. Now, a hot site is basically a secondary segment of your environment. You actually have production workloads running in it. And so just to kind of use an example from my background at Amazon, it could be that you have two regions that your workloads are running in, and you might have a Route 53 policy set up so that if one region were to go offline, it starts failing over traffic to this other region. So it's really, really cool. And sometimes you'll hear this called an active-active environment. I guess it's active-active environment or hot site. So just some different options to think about. But like Jed mentioned, there is a cost difference from running like a cold site versus a hot site. So it's something that you want to have a conversation with your team about. Now, let's go ahead and take a look here at some other ways that we can secure the data layer. Jed, did you want to take this one?
Sure. I mean, some of the things you can do is role-based access controls, using least privilege for your users. Encrypting the data at rest, using TLS and a key management server. Make sure you're rotating those keys, especially if you're using like AWS and VPN when possible. So, and also the hope is you have at least some security personnel and they're doing logging and they have some kind of SIM to do forensics and analysis and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, I would also drop on this slide that maybe even think about using a secrets manager. So if you're doing secure application development, or if you have encryption keys or other secret variables that you want to kind of keep in a dedicated repository, there's a lot of vendors out there that offer secrets management. And what's cool about secrets management is it'll automatically rotate the secret on a periodic basis. So you don't have to go back in there and do it manually. It'll just rotate the secret for you. So that's something else that you can also use at the data layer.
I think I would also add, though, one thing I think I failed to mention is we don't quite talk about it a lot, but is do an internal audit of your systems yourself. You can do this with a vulnerability management systems. There's several players out there, right? I'm not going to name off vendors. So you're not really caught off guard. You know where your vulnerabilities are. It'll scan those servers and endpoints and tell you what the weaknesses are and kind of link it to a CVE or a missing update or patch. And you can kind of secure yourself, maybe buy a third-party audit, to just kind of, do an integrity or a gut check of your system as opposed to someone coming in and doing it, because they have to, right? So I think it's better to kind of get that vulnerability management system in place, know where your vulnerabilities are, patch everything you can, and then go have an audit and see where your weaknesses are, and then fill those voids as well. So yeah.
Definitely. No, that's a really good point there, Jed. Security is an ongoing process. It's cyclical. All right, so we are at the end of our presentation. I just want to quickly summarize what we covered. The first thing, consider doing a health check of your environment. And this is not like a one-time process, kind of like Jed mentioned, it's ongoing. We want to make sure that the health of our environment is secure and that we're running with with security best practices. Also consider taking advantage of network controls, network access control solutions, filtering, network segmentation to help minimize the impact of a ransomware infection. Consider using a vulnerability management system, like Jed mentioned. And also implement a robust disaster recovery plan. Now, this may not be something that you can achieve overnight, but at least make sure that you have the ability to do a backup and restore. And then finally, leverage granular access controls. A lot of popular cloud providers out there offer IAM solutions. There's also solutions for on-prem, encryption, SIM for logging activity within your environment. And that wraps up our presentation. Thank you so much, guys.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for coming to this session. Today, we're going to be talking about best practices and our advice as technical adoption managers to upgrade from version 7 of vSphere to version 8. My name is Ariel Sanchez. I'm a senior staff technical adoption manager, and I'm proud to introduce Christina.
I'm Christina Griffiths. I am a staff technical adoption manager with VMware as well. And this is going to be the most important link that you guys want to keep.
Yeah.
Take a picture of it. We'll put it back up at the end, I think.
Exactly.
But this is going to give you the keys to all resources for upgrading. So definitely grab that.
So we're going to grab this link and go to it right now. Control-C. And then how do I get to a browser?
Not set up for that.
But we should have internet access. No?
Oh, hell.
La 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 la. Well, let's try it. Let's see what happens. Oh, that's not it. I have to go do copyright.
Technical difficulties. Typical. Why won't it?
I do see internet there. Let me try it. Can you tell I don't use Mac that much?
Looks like it's working.
All right. The day is saved. Thank you. All right, so this is a document that we have been working on for more than 1 year. It started as version 6 to version 7 upgrade. We have updated to version 8. It is a big document. The first sections go over the vSphere 8 and the 8 Update 1 announcements. And we don't really have the time for that, but all of those links are in there. And we also included a lot of information, like a little double click on the vSphere 8 and 8 Update 1 new features. But what we want to focus on for this vBrownBag talk is the upgrade tips.
Yeah.
So one thing we want to start with is we work as technical adoption managers. That is a paid service. And we do things for our customers like helping them with all their technology needs, making sure they get to where they want to go. We produce webinars, but those webinars are public. So we put those YouTube links out there so everybody can see them. So we go over vSphere 8, what's new with vSAN, ESA, and lifecycle management. All right, we're going to get started into the upgrade part of it.
Okay, so first thing to keep in mind, important dates. Probably should say important date because there's one date to remember, right? April 2nd, 2025. That's end of general support for vSphere 7. So I know it sounds like it's a ways away, but it's going to creep up real quick.
Yep.
So, and if you guys are not familiar with end of general support, we have a link in here that goes all through general support, technical guidance, things like that. So definitely check that out.
Yep.
And then the next section here, we have general documentation on the upgrade processes and recommendations. Oops, sorry. And recommendations. And the most important thing to remember here, read the release notes of the version you are upgrading to. Here we have links to update 1, but we all know that there's been newer releases. There's been A, B, C at this point, so just make sure you're going through those prior to any planning or anything.
Yeah, and you'll probably see 8 Update 2 come along at some point. We will update this document when that comes around, so you can come back, bookmark it. This is on GitHub. It's a public platform. You can just send us a message there. You can send us, hey, add this. We'll accept it.
Yeah,
All
this
right.
is a working document.
Living document.
Forever, really.
So the next part in upgrade planning, we want to start talking about how can you minimize unknown risk. Anytime you make a plan, something that you didn't expect might go wrong. So our strategy here is trying to minimize impact for whenever something does go wrong that you are not expecting. So the first thing we're talking about here is making sure that you have your backups. There's vCenter backups. You can back up the ESXi config, something that people forget, distributed virtual switches. You can also back up those. So make sure you have those and you test those.
And we do have links in here for all that information as well. So next thing to think about is what environments are you going to target first? Are you going to test on? obviously never do production first, right? So if you have a nice test environment where you can tear down, rebuild, test things out, that's optimal, right? And then start with your dev environments as you're ready to start implementing things. So production last, always.
You want to start thinking of how you're testing your things, right? So if your dev environment has the same backup as your production, that's a great place to start because you're testing also the backups, right? So you want to start with your least risk and then progress until you have production. There is a part where you do an upgrade of the distributed virtual switch, and we have a KB that says that for a little amount of time, you may have a network blip. This is one of the simplest upgrades. You click it and in 1 second it's done, but we actually have a KB that says, please schedule this after hours.
One thing to also remember, use our TAM services. If you have a TAM, also reach out to GSS. Oh my gosh. Reach out to GSS, open a proactive ticket, and not the day of or the day before, but 5 to 10 business days ahead of time with your plan to upgrade, because they'll be able to review your plan, make sure everything looks okay, you know, iron things out, answer any questions that you have. That's a really good way to prepare for your upgrade.
Yeah, and they'll have time to actually set up a Zoom with you, check on some things. And if you do run into a problem, the ticket's already there. And they already know the environment, somebody's already assigned to it, so it will be a much faster, in that tense time, a much faster resolution. Let's talk some hardware considerations. Obviously, when you upgrade, you also have to upgrade drivers, firmware, and you want to find about those things first. We have a resource out there called the compatibility guide. You have to spend some time here to actually say, okay, what are my server hardware models? Do they support the version that I'm going to, number one? And one other thing that we put in here is we want you to document every component that you have, which versions they are, whether it's software like vCenter or ESXi, but also if you're, in this case, it's Cisco UCS, but if you have Dell hardware, there's a lot of tools out there, RV tools, the B documentation, SBIL report, that will give you your drivers and firmware. You don't need to do this manually. You can run Power CLI reports so that you actually know what you're running, and you can check it against the recipe that your vendor is providing you, whether it's Dell, HP, anybody else, that they're advising you to be at for drivers and firmware.
It's also important to familiarize yourself with the vSphere Lifecycle Manager. It is a replacement for VUM, the Update Manager. VUM works still with vSphere 8, but this will be the last version that it'll work with. So if you are not familiar with vSphere Lifecycle Manager, it's probably time to get familiar with it. We have some links in here on how to go from using baselines to images, and this is something that you're definitely going to want to dive into. We have links for both vSphere 7 and vSphere 8, depending on which direction you want to go.
And this is something that you definitely want to use your test environments for.
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right, we'll talk a little bit about licensing. You don't want to be doing your licensing after the upgrade. Take a good look. You know, you probably have to go into your portal and actually upgrade your licenses. Document what your old license was, where it was used. Document where you're going to use your new licensing. Some customers are using vSphere Plus or are using some other type of subscription license. Those have their own little things. Just be aware of what your situation is and make sure that you don't overlook this section. Next, with every release of vSphere, we put out a security hardening guide. Technical Marketing for Security does a great job. They release documents, especially like an Excel sheet that tells you, okay, if you want to harden your environment, these are the settings, and this is how you can check on them. It changes per version. Sometimes it actually gets easier, but when we introduce new features, there may be new settings. So it's part of your due diligence to check. Not only what settings you may need to adjust, but also test them out in your test environments, put a VM in there, make sure everything is running correctly.
Then, of course, you want to follow recommended order for all your component upgrades. We have like a nice little chart here that kind of shows the order, but this is also where you need to check your versioning that you're at currently as well, because you need to there's a lot of things to do before you do your vCenter server, your ESXi host. So, for example, if we take a look here a little bit below, I think we have an example of NSX.
Yep.
Yeah, vCenter integration dependencies.
Yep.
So NSX specifically, you have to be on 4.0.1 to upgrade to 8U1. A lot of customers are still on NSX 3.x. at this point. So this is a huge consideration to think about, and NSX upgrades, take some time. So that's going to require its own planning.
So we basically want you to build out the table. Here's the products that I have talking to vCenter, right? You want to know what version they are. If it's a supported version right now. When you upgrade, will that version still work, right? When you upgrade to 8 update 1, is that version of NSX or your backup software or whatever else talks to vCenter, will that still work? And again, this is a KB specifically for version 8. If you have these products, you have to upgrade them in this order. So make sure you take a look at that too.
And then we threw in a nice little table. This came from a KB article as well. There is a note here for VMware tools, but this is minimum VMware product versions that are supported in vSphere 8. VMware tools, we're recommending 12.05 just for security risks, things like that. But 10.3 is supported in vSphere 8, so just keep that in mind.
And I'll mention something else. If this happens a lot, people still have Windows Server 2008, Windows Server 2012. Those are in what's called legacy support, meaning we don't release new versions for that. So I think that for some of them, the last VMware tools was, 10.3, for example. You have to keep those OSs with that version. There's no, we don't support upgrading VMware tools on those legacy OSs. We don't test those. So you want to make sure that you have a project that actually gets you to a more modern OS if you want to get all the latest features. But yeah, so specifically for 8 update 1, we already put the table here that tells you which versions you want to be using.
Then we have this really cool tool. So it's the vSphere diagnostic tool. It's actually a VMware Fling. This is something you can go out to our Flings website, right? I think it's flings.vmware.com.
Yep.
And grab it. This is compatible for vSphere 8. This is like a nice health check in a way for your environment to make sure it's ready to be upgraded, right? So it's going to check on any issues you have in your environment, certificates, any problems. You can also include the output of this in the GSS ticket that you'll open to show them, like, this is what we have and this is the results. Do we have to worry about anything? So very cool tool. Definitely run this before you do any upgrades, really.
Yeah, it's a little Python script. GSS uses it by itself. If you don't provide it, they'll probably want to run it. It checks certificates, it checks replication. It's a good health check anyways, but you want to make sure that your environment is healthy before you attempt an upgrade. All right, so we're almost to the last section, which is the actual execution. When you are actually going, you did all this planning, you did all this work. Now you get to the point where you're like, okay, I'm going to do this, Friday night. And we want you to have a preparation checklist. Things that you want to make sure that you do through your upgrade. So in here, what we have is make sure you finish all your documentation of your upgrade plan. Gather any temporary IP addresses you might need if you're doing the vCenter upgrade, for example. The needed software, the hardware ISOs, etc. Test your ESXi host credentials, right? Your SSH credentials. And set a longer maintenance window than you actually need. It's always good to return time, but it's not good to, it's 10 a.m., people are in production, I'm still here trying to get the upgrade. And again, have the proactive GSS ticket.
And then we kind of just put together a list of the upgrade order, right? Backup, upgrade your vCenter, upgrade the plugins, ESXi hosts. I mean, this is all pretty standard for your upgrades, but we've got it outlined here. We use an example here with Cisco hardware, but obviously fill in the blanks for your whatever hardware you're running. And then I think we also have a note here with the distributed virtual switches for upgrade. Every time we release a new version of a distributed virtual switch, there may be some new functionality. We've linked here to what the functionalities are for the latest version, right, the version 8. And we also have a little table here that shows you what's compatible with what. So
yeah, and I'll be very clear. It's very difficult to go ahead and upgrade all your vCenter and host and then immediately upgrade every VMware tools. And it's not common. Normally that happens separately when you're doing either patching or if you have some kind of schedule. That's normal. We just want you to be aware. Especially, I want you to test that out. Test out that new template, test out the latest VMware tools, make sure things work. You don't want to find out weeks later that you have some kind of issue in compatibility and that you have to roll out because of some reason that we don't know yet, right? So again, minimize risk, make sure you test things out. I think we're almost done, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so post-upgrade considerations. Again, check your users, check your monitoring, check your backups that they're working fine. You don't want to find out about this 2 days later. You want to make sure that you do this as soon as possible after upgrading. One thing that I have run into with my customers is snapshots on the vCenter that people leave too long. Remember, snapshots are not something you leave for days. It's something that you leave for a little time. You test things out. If everything looks good, you clean out that snapshot. Snapshots do have a performance penalty. You don't want to find out that you need to consolidate the snapshot noon because people are having problems. So make sure that after you've done your test, one of your last tasks is to consolidate the snapshots and have the environment be as pristine and normal as possible.
And then to wrap it up, day 2 operations, we've got a great link for vSphere 8 performance, so optimizing your environment once you've made it to the upgrade and through the upgrade, and enjoy vCenter 8U1.
Yep, and we're gonna bring back the link so that you can see that. Let me see, play from start right here. And sorry, there we go.
There we go.
So, we went over the link, but really the idea is that you take this link back, play with it, read it, and if you find something that's missing, please let us know.
Yeah.
This is for everybody.
As more releases come out, like we said, U2 is probably going to come shortly, who knows, but we'll make sure we keep updating this and send us any feedback if we missed something, which we could have, right? Let us know, we'll add it in, and hopefully this will be a good resource for everybody to take away and use for their future.
I think we may have a little time for questions, if anybody has a question.
No questions.
No questions, we're done. All right, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Hello and welcome to Managing Your Kubernetes Fleet with Tanzu Mission Control. I am your host, Lawrence Cohan. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Okay, one sec. Jin is our friend. Okay. So I've been in the field for 28 years or more, something. And my career kind of parallels the rise of virtualization. I really loved what VMware was doing with vSphere, and I kind of came up the ranks with that. And I've kind of noticed a lot of parallels between virtualization, the cloud era, and where Tanzu fits into all of this with Kubernetes. For the past 10 years, I've been at Dell EMC and VMware, and now I'm a solutions architect at TerraSky. So what is Tanzu Mission Control? Well, as I said before, it's VMware's answer to managing Tanzu across all your different environments. So think again, virtualization, they would abstract the hardware layer so that you had the hardware of your choice, right? So in the cloud era, with vRealize or ARIA, again, you could provision and manage your workloads in all of your clouds, on-prem or any of the public clouds. Tanzu's approach, again, wherever you want to deploy Kubernetes, it allows you to manage at scale for enterprise class customers your Kubernetes clusters, whether they're on-prem, AWS, Azure, GCP, Oracle, all of the clouds, right? So as you can see here, you have attached clusters, and it includes policy management, cluster lifecycle management, data protection, your application catalog, and your IAM. So let's start with the first step would be to create and register your management cluster, which would either be Tanzu Kubernetes Grid or vSphere Tanzu. So for those of you who are running vSphere 7 or above, you have Kubernetes natively baked right into vSphere. So you create your vSphere Tanzu clusters. So you could use those as your management cluster. And then from there, you would create or attach your other workload clusters. Hopefully you can see this in the screenshot. So when you go to create a cluster, you'll see the ability to create an EKS cluster or create an AKS cluster or manage existing EKS or AKS clusters. And this gives you full lifecycle management. This is called registering a cluster, right? Or you can attach a cluster, which lets you ingest management of any other Kubernetes cluster that is CNCF conformant running in any other cloud. And the purpose of this is so that Tanzu Mission Control can give you that one plane to manage your entire Kubernetes fleet wherever it's running, apply your management, your policies, your guardrails, security measures, and so forth. So let's take a look at your multiple types of clusters. Right, so as we said before, you would start with the concept of creating, vSphere Tanzu refers to it as a supervisor cluster, or your TKG, which could be running on-prem or in a VMware cloud. Right, so you would first register that management cluster. And did this slide move? Or you can attach, so for example, here we see OpenShift and other clusters, right? Or you can register or add existing EKS clusters in AWS. So let's talk about resource hierarchy. So the concept here is you have your Kubernetes clusters, which could be disparate, running in all different locations, and you have your Kubernetes namespaces. Tanzu Mission Control introduces the concept of cluster groups and workspaces. And really what this allows you to do is create a cluster group, which you add all of the clusters to that should be in a uniform policy, or the concept of workspaces for namespaces, right? You group them together so that uniformly you can add your network security custom policies so that they all behave the same way and conform to guardrails, whether they're on-prem or in any one of your public clouds. Let's make this go. So here's an example of using cluster groups and workspaces and applying policies within the same Kubernetes framework so that you can create your policies for your platform operators at the cluster level or your application operators at the workspace level. And the purpose of this is for the global policy management. So you have separate logical groups for platform and application teams You have consistent policy of applications across all of the attached clusters wherever they live, and minimal involvement of your help desk and security teams. So let's take a look at a few use cases for a customized security framework and how TMC would address these issues. So for example, unified security policy for a fleet of clusters in disparate public and private clouds, right? So using the concept of cluster groups and workspaces, you're enforcing consistent guardrails on your dev environment, your stage environment, your production environment for clusters, so that each one has its proper security protocols in place, network policies, and maybe you need custom rules for dev that are different from production, for example. But the concept of cluster groups and workspaces makes sure that wherever those reside, again, the same policies and guardrails are going to apply to those. So always enforce pod security settings with mutating policies. So this is API-driven policy definition and enforcement. And you want to maintain granular control on clusters and namespaces. So policy enforcement gives you a dry run mode to ease adoption. Pod networking restrictions. There are admission policies prevent non-compliant pods from initiating, ensuring regulatory requirements are met. So in essence, and we'll talk about this when we get to mutating policies, you can make sure that when you're creating new Kubernetes clusters, they're going to conform to the guidelines and the requirements that are created. However, you also do have the ability to adjust them for future use cases, and making sure that everything is templated and created in a uniform manner, right? So it's predictable, repeatable. Here's an example of using policies at the workspace level to restrict access to image registries. So for example, in the drawing, you can see your ops people who, let's say they're required to pull different images from your GitHub repositories. And let's say I want to make sure that in either a dev or production environment, they have access to like Google container registries and pull those down, or Harbor registries, but I don't want them to pull down Docker Hub images. So at the image level, I can allow or restrict the ability to pull down those images for dev purposes, production purposes, and so forth. So when you restrict at the image registry level, you can require digest. You can tag using, for those of you familiar with the concept of tags, you can use tags as your policy for allow or deny. So you can block your latest tag, or you can actually create your custom rules. So in addition to your security network image policies, there are custom templates so that you can create your own in addition. Here's an example of restricting network access at the pod level. So network policies, predictable. You can either, kind of similar to the concept of NSX firewalling, where you have deny all, allow all, deny any for a pod, allow all for a pod, or custom ingress or egress rules. So in this example here, we have, again, for the app ops users coming into a workspace, and we have the, I don't know if you can see in the drawing, there's an example of Kubernetes objects that have a coffee shop label and a bookstore label. So the policy allows ingress traffic to the coffee shop tagged items, and it restricts ingress traffic to the bookstore items, right? And so you can use this not just for ingress in or out, but if you wanted to isolate certain Kubernetes environments from others at the workspace level. So again, it would apply to anything that's a member of that namespace. You can control CPU and memory quotas for your organization. Again, in the VM world, this is also big, like with VRA, how you have to create your policies to make sure the users aren't over provisioning. Very similarly, you can create your quotas as well. So to make sure that you have a handle on the resources that are being used for your Kubernetes environment. You can create your own security policies that meet your needs. As we were saying before, you can use these for compliance purposes. Security policies can either be very, very strict, as we were saying before, deny all, or they can be a little bit more relaxed. Again, so maybe it depends on the dev environment. the dev environment or the prod environment. So let's say for dev purposes, you want to leave it open-ended, but for more production environments, maybe you want to have things more locked down. So you can create, it's very granular how you create your policies. So that's a cool feature. Enforcing policy as code. Here's what we were saying before, where you can actually create your own policy template in addition to the boundaries of security, network, and so forth, based on OPA constraints, supports namespace selectors. It comes with pre-built templates, and this future-proofs you against the deprecation of pod security policies that I believe were deprecated as of November last year. And here's a view of your detailed policy analysis in your organization. So it'll give you a list of all of your policies. It'll show you the current status. It'll show you aggregated detailed views, the ability to debug your policies. And it's really one place that you can look for all of your violations and remediate, so forth. As you see along the top, it gives you the status, right, health status as to the state of your environment. Modify Kubernetes resources at request time. So this is the concept of mutating policies, right? So you have your mutation scope. You define the resources that are to be mutated, the intent, so the field and the value to be mutated, and the conditions to apply the mutation. So this ensures consistent deployments and environments regardless of your infrastructure, consistent security guardrails enforced regardless of your infrastructure, and creates policies once and applies to many. So this eliminates the possibility of human error, and it ensures Kubernetes metadata rules and security guardrails are enforced on all objects. And here's an example of setting up a mutation policy. So you configure your defaults and your enforcement conditions, and this shifts the security burden away from the developers. So it's something they don't have to think about. They should just be writing code, right? So this is more of an infrastructure function. For those of you who want to take the VCP AM exam, this will be on the exam, so take note of this. They'll ask you a question in some way. There are 3 different inspections you can run against in TMC. Right, so there's your conformance test, which ensures that a cluster conforms to official Kubernetes specifications. This is a long test. This could take hours to complete. On the next slide, you'll see an example of where it fails, warnings, and the tests that pass. And you can expand a drop down to see what needs to be remediated to be in compliance. Then there's a CIS benchmark, which checks whether Kubernetes is deployed according to security best practices as defined in the CIS Kubernetes benchmark. Then the last test is a light test, which is really just a very quick analysis. Overall, is the cluster in a healthy state or not? Now, you can run these inspections directly against Kubernetes clusters, or you can create a cluster group, run it against the entire group, and it does it all at once. Right, so for example, that's very useful for the conformance test, which could take hours for a cluster. Right, so maybe on a Friday afternoon, you create a cluster group, all the clusters that you need to run a check against, run it, it'll run against all of those clusters, and hopefully it's done by Monday morning. So here's 2 examples. Here's a quick look at the CIS benchmark inspection, and you can see there's a couple of failures, a couple of warnings. Now you can open these up, drill down, find out more information about what failed, what's warned. And we do have a couple of good ones, and this is actually a much longer screen, so there's actually a lot of green. But again, so it gives you information on what's conformant, what's not conformant, what you need to remediate. And then in front is a quick light inspection. So this is a very quick test against the cluster, just to make sure it's in a working state. And ideally, you want to see all green in that case. Okay, complete data protection by powered by Valero. So you can use TMC to manage backups of your environment as well, data protection. Right, so you can back up your clusters, your namespaces, using your labels to define. You can schedule your backups. You can back up to any S3 compatible or Azure blob target. You can configure backup targets for cluster groups and clusters. You can cross-cluster restore. We'll see an image of that. And there's support for PV backups, custom CA support for storage targets as well. So using multi-cloud Kubernetes with cross-cluster restoration, you can recover your applications quickly, replicate production environments for staging or testing, backup target flexibility and choice, or you can move applications between any CNCF conformant cluster, right? So this is what we were saying before about attaching disparate clusters in different areas. We were talking about attach before, right? So register you're managing the entire life cycle of the cluster that you're creating. In the case of attaching existing CNCF clusters elsewhere, you don't manage the entire life cycle. However, you can still do all of the other functions. So aside from create, destroy, and upgrade, all of these things about applying policies, grouping them into cluster groups, applying our integration, leveraging other components of Kubernetes, you can still do that with all of your other CNCF conformant clusters. So you can use them as backup targets. You can back those up and again, restore them to other clouds. So this is good for a lot of DR use cases. Let's see, so you can create a full cluster or namespace scope for backup actions. And as we said before, you can choose any S3 compatible storage target. So build and integrate anything. So leveraging API, all right, this is kind of like an build anything as a service. So this browse API calls that can be programmably controlled resources. You can extend or integrate TMC functionality with other systems or workflows. So a few examples, you can automatically check for cluster placement, move to proper cluster groups based on certain values such as locale. You can automatically provision clusters for developers based on specific help desk ticket types or values with predefined guardrails already in place. You can automatically assign access policies for clusters or regional support staff based on geographic locale. And you can also use Terraform with TMC as well. Supported operations are cluster and node pools, cluster groups, namespaces and workspaces, your policies, IAM, image, security, and your custom. Tanzu service mesh integration as well, and for credential management. Supported cluster operations, you can provision with Tanzu Kubernetes clusters on vSphere, or with Tanzu services, vSphere and AWS. You can provision AKS clusters, and you can create and update cluster node pools and settings, and cluster attach. Continuous delivery with Tanzu mission control. Let's do a time check. Okay. You can define resources once as YAML and then reuse them across your entire cluster fleet. This improves DevOps cluster handoffs. You can store credentials that only propagate when required by a repository, and you can manage Helm deployments on clusters with public and private repositories. And we'll be looking at that soon. Right, so you can see directly from the TMC console, you could pull down your packages, your Kubernetes-related packages such as Valero or FluentBit, and pull them down and install them right to your Kubernetes clusters, or your Helm charts. So you can install any Tanzu standard packages. You can install Bitnami public Helm packages. Public and private Carvel repositories are supported. Private Git Helm repositories supported by continuous delivery features. And this is powered by the KApp controller. This is all command line too, but right from the console. You can pull down, you browse your packages, pull them, install them right to your cluster. View and analyze events. Tanzu Mission Control continuously collects and stores logs of audit events that describe activities that occur in your organization. You can generate a report of audit events for your organization, and you can also see when these operations were applied to the cluster. So auditing, log management, that sort of thing. So if you want to take a screenshot of this QR code, this will take you to the TMC Tech Zone page, where there's a lot more information, blog posts, any updates related to TMC, new features, things you need to know about, current status. That QR code will take you right to the main page, so you can get any more info you need. And with that, I want to thank you. And if you acquire any more information with Tanzu, TerraSky specializes in Tanzu implementations, customization, integrations with your environment, and you can contact us to help you out with anything else you need. Any questions?
Okay. Thank you for your time. Good afternoon for everybody. And yes, for the first thing, yes, I know talking my natural language, my mother language is English, is Spanish, because I'm born in Uruguay. The football soccer player, I don't beat it. I explained for Luis Suarez. But the idea here is trying in quick, in short time, some ideas, not technical idea, but in the same time, what is the real truth about the resilience IT? What is need an organization for resilience and what is missing or what not works? So, let me go. When you talking on different people inside the organization, what is the resilience? You have different answers for different people, or maybe different means, or maybe different perspective. When you're talking with the CEO, is everything working always? Is true? No. Or second one, when you know, I need pay for a disaster recovery side. The CFO, why? You pay twice for the same, why? But you need to explain because it's a financial perspective. And then when you go to the technology side, what is the target for the CTO? 100 resilience, always our working. With talking with network net admin, I had multiple paths. It's always resilience, my network. Talking with the security, my firewalls are also always working, nothing works. And when you go to the app, dev, and user, you have different perspective. For the user, doesn't care what is us in the infrastructure. I need access to the application. And when you're talking about that, you see, okay, that's working always. Is why? Is I say everything, each team says everything is working, but really not working. Yeah? What is the problem? The problem is each specialist is a silo problem, thinking in my way. And thinking the other people means the same for the problems. The big problem is working in silos. And when you say that silos, it's not the same problem when you talk in the cloud. Yes, because the cloud is not a place, it's an operational model. And the hood, cloud has automation. And the automation to work, you need together work. Not in silos. So cloud problem, VR problem is exactly the same problem. Thinking in small part, not the holistic part. And when you know work, the problem is the truth for DR is the disaster. Doesn't work. That is a real problem. Everything prepared, but when they go together, doesn't work. It's a technology problem. Technology is inevitable. But you need alignment, the people in the organization for this case. And when you're starting, okay, I need DR, I need active standby, I need active, and that doesn't work. Usually, the problem is focused to the network guys. I need stretch networks. I need VLAN extended for everywhere. And for the people working in networking, I don't know what layer 2 for everywhere. So it's really a problem. And the problem in the end is pointer. But the true rule is follow what happens in the business. We support the business. We are not the focus for the organization. And we change the idea. Why? Because when they start in this idea, they were, I had an idea for a new application. Yeah, user go to the application. Yeah, and what is the end solution? That's solution. It's a simple way? No. It's a no application user no. It's a lot small piece around what happened. And what happened with the traditional application? Okay, and the resilience, the high ability for the application, high ability, resilience. I don't care, it's your problem, network and security team. So the traditional application believe that networking, security, and other infrastructure team create the high ability needed for the application. Doesn't exist in native in the application. And that is the reason when you're talking the exchange network, don't change the IP for the disaster recovery and other things. But that is the problem when the traditional application. What happens with the normal new application? When you're talking about the Kubernetes or cloud native application, the change is by itself infrastructure create the high ability. Not the infrastructure in below, is in containers, the Kubernetes cluster had enough tools for that. So when you think in DR, it's not the same concept when you thinking in DR for traditional application or for modern application. It's two different ways. For example, you need extension layer 2 network to the cluster, Kubernetes cluster? Really? No. Because the high ability for the Kubernetes goes for other way. It's no dependency on the infrastructure under hood. Okay, yeah, but Valdemar, what is the problem? The real problem is also thinking together. True story. 3 years ago, go to the organization, I talk with the CTO. I have ready for everything. Why? Yes, I have this building. In this building, I have my main data center and the people working in this building. And I have some block away my second data center. I fixed my problem for resilience. Okay, what is your idea? No, the idea is the people is this building disappear. This building disappear. Yeah, and you had a second place with the data center. Yeah, and the people, where is the work? In this building. If you lost the building, where is the people go to work? Is missing the user part. So in that moment, I create the system recovery operation side because you need some place to the people work. It's long time ago. So in the end, you need to go from the user, the access the application, support the application, and thinking sometimes now in this multi-cloud world, you don't know what is the connection between users and the application. What's the single way or the only thing you know is an IP network. Doesn't care. So you need to use that to create mobile solution to distribute the application and at the same time lead it for the user different way to access the application. That is true, DR solution. And sometimes the people say, okay, I use legacy application. No. I need Kubernetes application. No. And you're starting that fight between teams. What is the end true? You go to believe with both. For a long time, sometimes very new organization starting in clear cloud native only. But the truth for the several organization, it's impossible to migrate the application or convert or refactor the application. So you have both in the same times. So the question is also, is private cloud versus public cloud? No, the question is no, is use the DR for each model, for the legacy application and the new one. And what you talk is, okay, but talking DR, yeah, okay, split the problem. First one, what is happening with the traditional application and versus what is modern apps? The people say, okay, for traditional application, maybe it's not possible to change the IP, so I need to extend the network. For the modern apps, doesn't care. You go to consume a Kubernetes cluster in some public cloud. You know what is under the hood? You taking the control only the cluster Kubernetes. The underlay is to know that is the abstraction in the Kubernetes side. So doesn't care what is the infra below. Oh, sorry. For the second team, very common problem. In security, the target is the security options. That is the truth. The tools doesn't care. What? Because the tools for the traditional application, for protect traditional application, not working for modern application. That's true. So the problem is not the tools, but a lot security team still thinking in the tools. The thinking is one. The same. When we're talking about what is the security side or load balancer side, and again, you have different discussion with everything. If you align each team for each different application, did B-mobile IT, okay, the next meeting is in this place. Because you relax. Because you real now have a DR. And that was thinking, okay, Waldemar understood what is more practical. Because I had short time, I'm not going deeper, but I recommend some session to go into the technical part in that discussion. For example, for the traditional application, if the application needs something more traditional extended network, okay, go to that session 2 years ago when they use DR, NSX, and other stuff to support that traditional application. But if the application doesn't need extension, okay, you have a second session last year in this aggregator when you're starting to see something strange, balancer, global side balancer, yeah. And when you go in this second part, you have true independent infrastructure. You have real, no single plane, no single fault for DR. And the same way, when you're talking the modern application, you have the same problems and go to what happened there. And one common problem, the thinking is, you have Kubernetes application, yeah. And the database, where is it running? Running in Kubernetes or running in still in a VM or bare metal server? And that is the worst scenario. Because when you're starting to think in DR, oh, active, is database active or active standby? I create everything active. If the database is still active standby, sorry, you don't have real DR clear. So for the database problem, you need starting, for example, data service distribute information. Not a single place you create, for example, use technology around Kubernetes for single point referrals. And that way, when you're thinking, you have different resilience problems. For example, for the Kubernetes part, for the pod, you have the Kubernetes resilience part for recovery. Oh, sorry, yeah. And when you go, for example, for support the worker, and it's again, it's a VM, so you have vSphere high availability. And you see below, you have Cloud Foundation running. Why? Because you have all things needed. And that, because when I started and see it, and say, okay, I lost everything, you have something to see what thing is working or no go and redirect the traffic to the second side. What is that? Is that solution for us is NSX Advanced Load Balancer. When you provide a GSLB, that guy provide the resolution name, DNS, dependency, or what is the user access, or what is the real site working, and above that solution is provided not only for the side for modern or traditional application, and at the same time that solution provide, for example, for the Kubernetes cluster, the ingress controller. When you see this in this topic and check what happened now, you have enough tools for create, but again, is no silo discussion. You need create maybe I thinking the multi-cloud world or the operational below the cloud, put different people in the same time. Don't forget, I am networking a security guy, yeah. I will go to lose my shop. No. Your skill is necessary, but we need starting to talk with the other team. It's not my problem, it's us problem. It's all the team, because it's a business, not technical problem. And when you see that, for example, my suggestion, I work in VMware, sorry, but the idea is create. How is possible to create a single environment, mobile, abstraction, that running in every place? When you're talking about Cloud Foundation, it's the same concept when you run VMware Cloud and AWS on each hyperscaler you prefer. It's exactly the same infrastructure. It's same. And in that case, I don't lose time installing the things. I go to start to consume the infra. That is the means for the business. No, waste time and create what is an installation. No, taking a good solution, people in architecture and VMware create what is the means, the perfect or VMware validate solution for you. In that case, in the same time, it's possible provide DR for something application need extension, or the same time for application doesn't need. Example, Kubernetes again, or for example, VDI. For VDI, for example, you go to the Horizon Cloud Pod infrastructure, you have the idea, it's not because the solution provide replication information, whatever, it doesn't need something special for the network. And the second part, also with Cloud Foundation, it's possible to support the Kubernetes Cloud Native, in our case, with Tanzu. It's also, one single solution for create every place you need it for modern legacy application, thinking in the consume problem. If you taking that, the thing good is create, no go and thinking and create over and over the world. I don't know expert for everything. I know it's a big expert, but the real truth, we have people in VMware real good, each silo, but thinking together. You have the recipe to see. You use Cloud Foundation provide that. So the thing around that is what happened is my problem is not only in the on-premise side. And now starting with this VMware Cloud. In VMware Cloud, you have the possibility to create Cloud Foundation in hyperscaler, so support. Yes, I had a problem. What? I had some native public cloud service running. Okay, it was, don't worry. The management part for us include that part. And you know it's possible running NSX Advanced Load Balancer ingress for doesn't care native public cloud? Yes. You know it's possible running Antria like it's in AI in each cluster? Yeah. And combined with the NSX to control the traffic inside the class port similar to distribute file for NSX VMs. The thing is not the tool. The question is what is my target? And when you go on cross-cloud service, you take in the opportunity to hybrid cloud and go to the public cloud at the same time. So, when you think yes, I have enough time. If you see something more discussions about that, I have one session tomorrow, one panel with other real people who know what is multi-cloud, and the Thursday I have a session similar to this session, but thinking in the security. The idea is what is security from the end user to the application and something everywhere. And in that case, I am in the NSX booth for talking about VMware Cloud in AWS, some things about security, HCX, VCF Foundation, y hablamos español. Okay? So, it's short idea, it's put idea, it's thinking. First, go the deeper technically, you need to go back and thinking the challenge in the organization. You align all things in the same boat, you have chances to have a real DR. But if I still thinking in split silos, I'm sorry, you have no future. Thank you. And let me, because I need to prove to my wife, I have presentation in Las Vegas.